Okay, we're gonna sit through one more song while I get stuff open for stream. All right, guys, prepare yourselves. Alrighty then, guys. What the fuck is up? What is up? Probably DM me any articles. Articles are hard to make into good content on stream. Oh shit, you know what I didn't do when I fucking started up the stream? I did not configure my video by zooming in. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Now we're cooking with gas. Let's see here. Mr. Sieg. You know he had to have a take. You know our man, our boy, had to give his take from an America First perspective. Never forget, this is a perspective of America First, all right? He speaks for all groypers.
All right, so I wanted to take a moment to talk about what's going on in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different perspectives that we're seeing on Twitter and online and in different spaces. You can see this kind of like liberal establishment perspective, which is very much so like pro-Israel, but with some slight empathy for the Palestinian cause just because of years and years of subversion by the left in their sphere. And then you have this more...
You know, it's triggering me more and more. Like, the more shit that I look into on the like coverage and the narratives going around about Israel Palestine, like the idea that everybody has about the coverage is so fucking retarded. Everybody thinks that the other side just gets to fucking do whatever they fucking want to, and the media criticizes their side. Why do lefties hate liberals more than righties? Well, hold on. Mr. Indernax here is a full-blown America First cozy.tv groyper, okay? But here's like the weird thing. The more shit that I see from old media coverage of Israeli-Palestinian conflicts and shit like that, you know, I just do not see this narrative that Hamas or Palestinians have this unbelievable. Wait, what the fuck? Percent of all players. Why does it say that 0% of anyone has gotten any of these things? That's got to be a fuck up. Oh, I want to see how fucking special I am. Come on. Anyways, like there's pretty even-handed coverage. You might say it's slightly skewed towards Israel because of, I wouldn't say because of the State Department or anything. You know what I would say it's because of? I would say it's probably because when the like terrorist groups from Palestine, from Gaza, come in and they do terrorist things, we have a really bad taste in our mouths from 9/11. So maybe people just don't like terrorists. Maybe that's my opinion, right? That's my opinion on what I've seen in all of the news coverage. It is so easy to find pro-Palestinian, like sympathetic to their cause, right? People calling for a two-state solution as far back as I think I was watching coverage from 2018 the last time tensions flared up this bad, or was it? Well, 2018 there were tensions that flared up, and then also in 2021 or something. But yeah, it is pretty even-handed amongst like along the past, like I want to say 15 years of news broadcasts that are on YouTube that I could find, pretty even-keeled. All of these people that say, oh, well, there's only one perspective being shown and it's the Israelis, you know, it's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. Bullshit. Hassan just watched a clip from the news saying it was most likely not an Israeli airstrike and he was major coping. It could still be an airburst round. Some of the windows nearby were still intact. Link me his reaction. But yeah, let's keep watching
or
Papa Indernax here.
Inc. perspective, which is just rabidly pro-Israel, that's talking about glassing Palestinians, that's spreading atrocity propaganda that is constantly being debunked over time. And obviously, I don't really fall into either of these. Now, on Twitter, I'm pushing back against primarily the Israeli Khan Inc. perspective. And by virtue of doing that, it seems as though I'm coming off in favor of the Palestinians.
Did you see the one video about Hamas propaganda children's cartoon? I did. Well, I didn't see a cartoon. I saw a live action fucking Mickey Mouse stabbing by Israeli whatever the fuck. I saw something along those lines, but I didn't see an actual cartoon. That shit's fucking wacky. Okay, here, one second. I don't understand what he's trying to say here.
Palestinians, that's spreading atrocity propaganda that is constantly being debunked over time. And obviously,
propaganda. Who is putting that out?
That's talking about glassing Palestinians, that's spreading atrocity propaganda that is constantly being sphere. And then you have this more Khan Inc. perspective, which is just rabidly pro-Israel. Palestinians, that's spreading atrocity propaganda.
I mean, does anyone in the entire world disagree as to what happened on the actual day on October 7th when they fucking broke through the fence? Does anyone disagree on like the facts of the matter of how many people were killed, what their objectives were, you know, who they brought back with them? Is there now a conspiracy that those people did not fucking die, that all of the people at the rave were just, you know, pretending? Okay, we'll do this quickly. I like how they just had the menorah there.
افخر بس شوي شوي لخسن عرب ومسلمين يسخوا.
عرب مين والناس نايمين؟ العرب والمسلمين كلنا نوم. افخر خبيب ولا يهمك.
مظبوط. عرب مين والناس نايمين. افخر
He just knows. He just knows. Okay. Okay, let's keep going.
Propaganda that is constantly being debunked over time.
Hey, just so everybody knows, I have no ability to confirm or to do any kind of forensic analysis or to like have any understanding as to what happened last night with the hospital bombing. Okay, it is literally impossible. If any person in this sphere starts talking about who definitely did it, immediately unsubscribe from them. Immediately demand a refund for your sub. These people are scum. Whoever is trying to 100% definitively say that it absolutely had to be one side of the earth or the other, they're just outrage baiting. They are just getting your money because they agree with you.
Isn't this all caused by excess fuel in the rocket? That is the competing theory. Okay? Channel 4, I think, does a pretty good job of parsing through this in a much better way than I was trying to, while also duking it out with fucking debate lords in my chat. If you think that this was an Israeli Air Force strike, and there's plenty of circumstantial evidence to point to this being an Israeli Air Force strike, and there's also...
What circumstantial evidence does anybody have? Like, I've listened to a little bit of stuff today. I lean slightly towards that it was a Hamas rocket that either was just a malfunctioning rocket that went the wrong place, or it was the one that was shot down over the top. There doesn't seem to be that big of a blast crater, so it doesn't seem like it... I feel like Israel uses the bigger bombs, you know? But some people claiming it's Hamas point to the parking lot and the size of the crater. They were told to evacuate the hospital and they attacked it before, allegedly. Okay. Well, yeah, again, like, I don't think that there's any way to know, right? Like, on one hand, does Hamas even have the capability of producing a bomb or a missile that has that big of a payload on it, right? For it to have that big of a fireball. And then second, do we have a confirmation from third-party independent, resources that say, hey, this is how many people were injured or killed? Because I've been seeing stuff that says we actually have zero information as to what the actual casualty number is, So, yeah. Anyways.
In my chat, if you think that this was an Israeli Air Force strike, and there's plenty of circumstantial evidence to point to this being an Israeli Air Force strike, and there's also the impact report that you can look at that still could be an Israeli Air Force strike. My original assessment of it being a Mark 84 bomb being struck.
Look at this fucking forensic analysis person, all right? This forensic analyst right here, fucking parsing through all of the data, all of the pictures. He must be an explosive expert to know exactly what kind of missile it was based off of only the impact crater, the fucking damage around, and the sound of the missile going by in the one video that caught the sound of the missile. Man, you've got to be such a fucking FBI, CSI, Miami motherfucking Giga Chad forensic analysis. I can't imagine having that strong of a stance to where you're naming what kind of fucking missile it is. That's insane.
Strapped to a JDAM, Joint Direct Attack Munition Guidance Kit, is incorrect. Looking at the crater itself, okay? And like I said, I am not a missile nerd like many are in here. Isn't this all caused by excess fuel? Not a missile nerd like many.
You named the fucking bomb, bro. You named the bomb. I don't know jack shit about fucking missiles. I am not the fucking missile nerd here. You're the missile nerd because you're saying that there's enough evidence for you to say one way or another. Yeah, hold on. I got a video open about that. Here, really quick. Since we're already on the topic and it's a short video.
Hamas war. President Biden will meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to discuss the next phase of the war.
This after at least 471 people were killed in a hospital attack in the middle of Gaza City yesterday. ABC's Ines de la Catera has more.
President Biden meeting with Israeli families who were victims of the Hamas terror attack, along with first responders today in Tel Aviv, listening to their harrowing stories from the front lines.
I come to Israel with a single message. You're not alone.
The president speaking from Israel after also meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the two hugging as Biden stepped off of Air Force One upon landing in Israel, expressing support for each other.
The world will know that Israel is stronger than ever.
We see that support and your steadfast commitment to provide Israel with the tools we need to defend ourselves. We see that support in the clear message you've sent our enemies not to test our resolve.
The president's visit comes at a pivotal moment in the war. Israel poised for a potential ground invasion into Gaza after Hamas terrorists slaughtered more than 1,400 people. And in Gaza, the death toll on the rise, almost...
Can we please call out every single fucking loser that continues to push they only gave them 24 hours to leave bullshit? Showing civilians at the hospital in the aftermath, gruesome shit. When you say in the aftermath, you mean like they were the ones that got bombed? But what I was saying was the Israeli Defense Force, whether they want to or not, have not entered Gaza, which is why they were telling everyone to fucking leave. That and the bombings. They haven't entered. They've stepped up fucking bombings, sure. But it's been more than 24 hours. Bodies scattered everywhere. Nair, if that's a Twitter thing, DM it to me. All right, because I'm gonna have to run downstairs here in a second for a bag of chips because I completely forgot to eat today. So I should probably grab some chips after we finish this video, and I'll watch it as I run downstairs to do that.
Killed at Baptist Hospital in a devastating explosion Tuesday, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Israel Defense Forces blaming a misfired rocket from another terror group, Islamic Jihad, but Palestinian officials claim it was an Israeli airstrike.
I was outraged and saddened by the enormous loss of life yesterday in the hospital in Gaza. Based on the information we've seen to date, it appears the result of an errant rocket fired by a terrorist group in Gaza.
The hospital tragedy was in an area Israel urged Palestinians to evacuate from, but no matter the reality of who was responsible, protests against Israel have erupted around the Arab and Muslim worlds outside American and Israeli embassies. Palestinian leader Mahmoud Abbas canceling his meeting with Biden and the leaders of Jordan and Egypt, declaring 3 days of mourning. Israel urging Palestinians in Gaza to head even further south to an area they say will be safe and where they will receive critical supplies. As the humanitarian crisis there continues to grow, food, water, and fuel all running out.
Today, I'm also announcing $100 million in new U.S. funding for humanitarian assistance in both Gaza and the West Bank.
Damn.
President Biden says the U.S.
And yet, right now, the hashtag that's trending on Twitter is Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe. A guy who's been routinely telling Israel, hey, don't bomb random fucking civilians. Hey, I'm going to give $100 million in aid to the West Bank and to Gaza. Uh-oh, but Joe is genociding them.
U.S.'s support for Israel is unwavering. The White House says he's also making it clear to Netanyahu that Israel must respect the rules of war.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
Okay, give me just a couple of seconds. All right, give me just a couple of seconds. I need to grab a bag of chips. My stomach hurts because I have not eaten a goddamn thing today. So, Here's some Mario and Idolo disco style, I guess. So good. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to have to go full screen. Got some bad video to watch. Wow, that is incredibly fucking gruesome. Holy shit. Yeah, folks, don't look up the video of the aftermath. That's pretty brutal. That's pretty fucking bad. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's keep watching Mr. Indernax, the recently out Groiper.
And obviously, I don't really fall into either of these. Now, on Twitter, I'm pushing back against primarily the Israeli conning perspective. And by virtue of doing that, it seems as though I'm coming off in favor of the Palestinians, or that I'm somehow interested in moralizing this conflict, when in reality, I'm not. My perspective is, and always will be, more of an America First perspective, which is that we should not...
Isn't the entire point of being like America First being morally superior to everyone around you? Isn't that like a thing that they all really want? Just saying. They act like they're so much better than everyone else because they're Catholic and they're Christian and therefore they have better morals. You know, like every time I've argued with a Groiper, that's what they're all about. So is it not about the moralizing? I thought that was y'all's favorite fucking thing.
Be involved in foreign conflicts. So I just look at this from an outsider's perspective. I'm on the outside looking into the conflict going on. Now, the Gaza Strip is something like 25 miles by 7 miles wide. 25 miles long, 7 miles wide. And for several decades now, the individuals, the Palestinians who have been living there, have basically been trapped in an open air prison. They're not allowed to leave. The only time they are allowed to leave, they can go across the border into Egypt or into Israel on with doing to do specific things like receive medical care or sometimes to do jobs, but they are not allowed to leave. They have nowhere else to go. A lot of Palestinians have become refugees in other countries because of this, and there are 2 million people living there right now. Now, when I see images of small children, babies, etc., being pulled from the rubble, their dead bodies being pulled from the rubble because of Israeli strikes, and then I say, well, that seems like it's a wrong thing to do, just like the Palestinians did the wrong thing when they invaded Israeli territory, took hostages, and murdered a bunch of people. Now, obviously, that's a wrong thing to do. That should not be happening. I don't endorse those activities. I also don't endorse Israeli aggression against the Palestinians, which they've been doing for several decades. What do you call... When you come into a territory, when you say, I am a Jewish nationalist, I am a Jewish supremacist, I'm going to move into this territory that I have not lived in for over 1,000 years. I'm going to put the people who currently live there, who have lived there for probably thousands of years, hundreds of years at the very least at this point, who clearly have the DNA from the individuals who have been living here for hundreds of years. I'm going to put them basically onto these small reservations.
Why is it that like even people that don't start off as like weird race realists, whenever they join into these groups, they start thinking about like, you know, what the DNA of the people we're talking about are, you know, like what is their heritage, like all of that starts to become intimately they become intimately familiar with all of the weird genetic lines and shit. It's so fucking strange.
And on top of that, I'm going to coordinate the replacement of these groups, both violently and non-violently. Non-violently through the settling of individual houses. I mean, you can find numerous videos online of Palestinians being displaced by Zionist Jews who are told to go in and occupy that individual's house, and then they just take the property. They just outright take the property from the Palestinians. Imagine somebody walking into your house saying, "This is mine."
My understanding is the settlements are in part some that were taken, like seized, and then a lot of it's new developments, just building up new towns inside of the Gaza, or I'm sorry, not in the Gaza Strip, in the West Bank. Am I wrong on that?
Fine now, by the way, and if you try to stop me, we're going to arrest you. Like, it's just absolutely absurd. So this is the paradigm that's going on. We have videos of Israeli soldiers throughout the years taking pot shots at Palestinian children, in some cases murdering small children and then laughing about it. In other instances, you have IDF soldiers who laugh and joke about the rape of 16-year-olds. They laugh about murdering Palestinians. They do not view them as real humans deserving of.
I don't disagree. This does happen. Here's my genuine question. I don't know the answer to this. Do you guys know, because I've heard conflicting things about this, do these people ever get held responsible for especially for being caught on film saying this shit? That's my understanding, is that a lot of the times, especially if they're caught on film, they are reprimanded. And then on the other side of that, where he says, oh, well, they don't even see them as human. Bro, look at the fucking Hamas charter. It's literally both ways. There is no way to say, oh, well, yeah, obviously I disavow both sides, but look at what they do and look at what they do. Look, you know, both sides equally dehumanize the other. It's appalling, the language that they use about each other. But in this specific instance where there is a war on the ground, right? I know we should always take into, you know, historical context for these things, you know, but at the same time, holy shit. Like, actually, like, holy shit. We should be looking at this situation and saying, okay, should Israel respond? Okay, yes, they should respond. Cool. What is an acceptable response? I ask that constantly, and I never get an answer, except for, you know, listen, the Jews should just take it. That's what I get every single time, essentially, is what it comes down to is, oh, well, the Jews should just take it. Sit back and take it, Jew. That's what I get. There's no answer in it, is what I tagged you for. Okay, cool. DM me all articles. If I get a chance to get to them, then we'll get to them. They should build a snowman in Gaza. Yeah, just like they taught us in Frozen, right?
Of empathy. Now, there are very, very few Jews who do see them as such, and they're usually on the far left in more Western countries. But even those ones right now are being activated. The same people who are out supporting Black Lives Matter, pushing all of this leftist nonsense, the same Jews who were doing that are now like shocked, shocked at the monster they've created. Because at the end of the day, they're all Jews and therefore support the state of Israel. There is no separating these two concepts. Anyway, so it's...
Oh my fucking God. One second. I kind of have to go back and hear what he's saying because I'm not sure who he's talking about.
At Palestinian children, in some cases murder. They do not view them as real humans deserving of empathy. Now, there are very, very few Jews who do see them as such, and they're usually on the far left in more Western countries. But even those ones right now are being activated. The same people who are out supporting Black Lives Matter, pushing all of this leftist nonsense, the same Jews who were doing that are now like shocked, shocked at the monster they've created. Because at the end of the day...
Does he have like an example, or is he just saying Jews don't know where all this support for Palestine or where what is the shock here that has any relation to Black Lives Matter? Is he saying that because there are a bunch of Jews who are pushing leftist things in America, they can't imagine that people would support the Palestinians over them? Is that what he's saying? My dude, most young Israelis support rights for Palestine. Oh, don't let, polling or data or factual information get in the way of telling a really good story about why you should hate Jews. All right? Don't let facts get in the way of the fiction that these guys are creating that makes their worldview more comfortable for them.
They're all Jews and therefore support the state of Israel. There is no separating these two concepts. Anyway, so it's with all this in mind that I examined the conflict as it is. I think that a two-state solution should exist. Like, as a nationalist, as somebody who's concerned for my people and my well-being and my country's well-being, I respect that the Palestinians should have their own government that reflects their own values and is able to govern them in such a way that they need to be governed, okay? Because every person is different. The left is coming at it from a perspective of that we need to liberate these people. They've been colonized and oppressed, and therefore all of their actions are justified. But at the same time, they hate American conservatives. They hate American nationalists. They hate people who are pro-white, who are looking out for Europeans. They hate them because they see those values as basically the antithesis of what they believe. They see it as evil, racist, Nazis, whatever they believe, right? But in reality, obviously, that narrative doesn't really make very much sense. Why are you supporting?
I'm sorry, really quick. I just want to say, if you support an ethno-state, you're like one step away from Nazism. Like, even if it's for other reasons, right? Like the JF Gary Epi guy seems like an ultra libertarian, but he has like the ethno-nationalism like brain in him, right? I don't think it's because he doesn't like Jews, right? It's because he doesn't like black people, right? He's like one step off of being a Nazi, but how many steps away do you have to be before we start giving you a little bit more grace than you deserve, you know?
Individuals in Palestine who clearly have more radical viewpoints than even American so-called white nationalists. And that's because the inconsistencies there are all rooted in a deep anti-white bias. Basically, there's a narrative that's spun up in America.
Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Hello. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. JF is sad because of Mama JF. He doesn't seem particularly tore up about all that, does he? Is it okay for Japan to have an ethno-state? Is it okay for Japan to have an ethno-state? I think it's really stupid. I think that reasons are very important. Like if you want to take if you wanted to make America an ethno-state, you would have to necessarily either reduce the amount of births in non-white populations, while also completely cutting off all immigration, while also massively increasing the amount of white people having kids, which I don't think that you can do that in any kind of morally justifiable way. If you want to make an argument for an ethno-state, there's almost no way to do that in an intelligent way, because it's necessarily going to be a hindrance on your ability to draw in labor in your country. Ethno-states are stupid. When you say it's okay, I don't think that we can tell another country what to do necessarily like that. But in my country, I would say, no, it's not okay for us to have an ethno-state. There is no way for us to achieve an ethno-state that would be morally, morally clean. Then it would also be a massive disservice to everyone in the country who relies on us having a strong economy, So.
And around our nation and in other countries in the West, an anti-white narrative, which is fundamentally about blaming and blaming all evils that have occurred in the world on white people, ensuring that they get the blame by every major institution, ensuring that individuals who are anti-white are propped up either in institutions and media, etc., in schools and in scholarly.
How is this the fucking take? I'm sorry. I feel like I'm having a stroke listening to this.
Basically, there's a narrative who clearly have more radical viewpoints than even American so-called white nationalists. And that's because the inconsistencies there are all rooted in a deep anti-white bias. Basically, there's a narrative that's spun up in America and around our nation and in other countries in the West, an anti-white narrative, which is fundamentally about blaming and blaming all evils that have occurred in the world on white people, ensuring that they get the blame by every major institution, ensuring that individuals who are anti-white are propped up either in institutions and media, etc., in schools and in scholarly activity. That those individuals fundamentally are lifted up, while everyone who is pro-white is immediately kicked on the ground for being a racist, white supremacist Nazi. And that's why you can understand the left as fundamentally just...
Man, I used to say this a lot when we interacted with Groypers more, but can you imagine, I hate the victim complex that the left has, in every single case. Have some fucking hope, right? But think it back to when we interacted with Groypers more. Man, these people have the biggest fucking victim complex of all time. I have never once in my life, in any of the lefty circles that I've run in real life, right, felt like I was being, scapegoated, or I was, I was at all being held culpable for the sins of my fathers or my grandfathers or forefathers, whatever the fuck. There is, and we should be able to admit, a bunch of people who take the Mayo side stuff. They take the unironic racism towards white people. They take that really far, and they actually do. I do think that. Do I think that's an all-pervasive fucking thing in the United States? No, I really don't. I think it's predominantly people online. And the reason why I push back on it is so that retards like this don't have ammunition to fucking tell everyone in the world that white people are being, I was about to say gunned down in the street, but being persecuted all over the fucking place, dude. It's so lame.
Just being an anti-white, anti-civilizational force. I have no interest in destroying brown people or destroying black people or destroying Jews for them. Any of these people, I have no interest in destroying their unique culture and identity and peoples. Okay, I think that everyone should exist within their own nations with a government that is capable of governing the individual people, because culture is more than just it's more than just this ephemeral thing, right? It has more to do with your legacy, your tradition, your peoples. You know, when I look back and I see, when I think about my Hungarian ancestors and how far...
We're going to have to bust out the old Vosh and Destiny arguments about ethnostates. Yes, culture is an ephemeral thing. Yes, it is something that only exists as long as humans are around. It's not something that is static. It is something that we decide on what is going to be part of our culture, and culture changes. It always does. It always has. It never will stay stagnant. And that's just a fact that people are going to have to get the fuck over, right? Including the fucking lefties that want to like push the weird, blood and soil memes around the Israel-Palestine stuff. At the end of the day, Israel's not fucking going anywhere. Israel's not going anywhere. So you're going to have to try and find some solution that involves Israel still being in the picture. His position, hey, Wick, how's it going? Yeah, a final solution. True. Wick, I saw that you had a stream yesterday that said something along the lines of talking about all the insanity or some shit. How did that go with your call-ins? Also, how did your show with the about Israel-Palestine go? Because I've seen a couple of panels, like clips from panels, but I haven't seen any clips from yours, so it must not have gone that fucking crazy.
Far back that they've built, how long they've been building their civilization, how much tradition is there, the great people, the artwork, the cities. I can look back on that with some pride. Now, it took me a long time to be able to do that because so much...
Also, why would you have pride in shit that you didn't accomplish? That's also another thing. Like, you're such an unaccomplished fuck. You have nothing to look at your own self to be proud of. That you have to say like, oh, well, this artwork was made by people that lived in the same area as my ancestors. Man, I'm so proud that, I'm a part of that. You're not a part of that, you fucking loser. You're not a part of that. How are you a part of that? You were born in the U.S. You'll probably die in the U.S. You may never leave because you don't have any fucking ambition outside of fucking streaming to fucking Cozy TV. And you want to talk about how proud you are of the collective accomplishments of Hungarians, I guess? What the fuck do you have to be proud of in the collective accomplishments of the Hungarian people? Well, he had to kick a guy off because he said any Gazans fleeing were traitors and needed to be... Jesus. That's an insane fucking... that's an insane take, but okay.
Propaganda was put into my brain telling me you're not allowed to do that. If you ever base your identity off of immutable character, basically who you are genetically, who you came from, what your traditions are, then you're an evil person unless you're brown, of course, or Jewish or whatever.
No one has ever said that either.
And then it's perfect.
No one has ever said that like you're evil if you like identify with a culture, right? At least I've never heard that, and I'm a big soy lefty. I can go out, right? Once a year, there's a fucking Greek festival. Once a year, there's an Italian festival, a Polish festival, right? You can go there and you can celebrate the culture and the heritage of the fucking Greek, Italian, Polish people. They each get their own special fucking day with little fucking festivals in it. Nobody thinks those people are racist. So when you start saying like, oh, well, I identify with the whites, it's like, okay, we're bringing back the fucking 2016 discourse again, 2017, 2018 discourse. Shit that everyone is like arguments that I don't even feel like Nick Fuentes makes anymore because they've been so easily fought against. I'd skip the Israel festival this year. Yeah, fair.
Perfectly acceptable. But that's because fundamentally the narrative...
There are definitely lefties who think identifying with a European culture is evil. I can conceive of that. I have not personally seen that. Like whenever I like hear about people like having like an Italian festival, right? I don't feel like I ever see anyone complaining that, oh, those dirty Italians with their fucking spaghetti, you know, fucking racist white spaghetti eaters. I don't feel like I see that shit, you know? You didn't see what the Italians said when lefties were trying to take down Christopher Columbus statues? You know what? I'm not going to lie. That discourse happened in like early 2020. I do not remember what the Italians were saying, Tim. Not going to lie. It must not have been a loud majority or minority. It must have just been like a tepid. No, I'm sorry. I'm being stupid. I don't remember Italians saying anything about Christopher Columbus. Plus, I'll say this and I'll take a strong stance right now. Italy does not get to claim Christopher Columbus because they wouldn't fund his fucking voyage across the sea. All right? Spain gets credit for Christopher Columbus, not Italy. And I'll fight any Italian that says otherwise.
The narrative of the left is anti-white. Now, I'm not going to waste much more time pointing out the hypocrisies of the left. It's pretty obvious to anybody who has paid at least a little bit of attention. Does it make sense that they hate American conservatives, American nationalists, but they love Africans and love...
Also, I want to like put this out there for anyone who doesn't know what my opinions are on nationalism or anything like that. I kind of waffle back and forth because of like conceptually and like, or, you know, like the conceptual idea of nationalism and the practical application of it, you know? And when I look at the practical application of nationalism, it's often pretty bad, right? But like conceptually, I don't think that there's necessarily anything wrong with just having a national identity and having that be something that like everyone in the nation can rally around. That might actually be a good thing, right? Having some tempered amount of nationalist sympathy is probably an okay or good thing, right? I mean, the nationalist sentiment in the United States is what kind of kept us together going through the Cold War, right? We like have the whole melting pot thing. We didn't base it off of any like singular race, religion, anything like that. We just base it off of America good, you know? And that was probably a good thing in terms of like national unity. However, if you take nationalism too far and you start like doing stupid economic things as a result of nationalism, or stupid military or stupid ethnic things as a result of your nationalistic sentiment, at that point we have fucking problems, right? Which is where these guys always take it. They always take it to weird racial bases for things. There's nothing inherently wrong with nationalism, just like how Americans are proud of their states, just like all ideals, it gets corrupted to attack a figurative enemy. I don't think all ideals do that necessarily, but in terms of like nationalism, it has a high propensity to that.
You know, Indians and love Palestinians. It's like, no, obviously that doesn't make any sense. You know, if these people, if the Palestinians were in charge of the entire region, there'd probably be like, you know, mass violence against the Jewish people, which is, listen, and that has a lot to do with their own oppression and their own what they view as damage being done to them by the Jewish people and by the Zionist state. So they're not some sort of like, they're not some poor little puppy dog deserving of empathy. Okay. I think that it's easy to get lost in this narrative. And there are a lot of people who are.
I feel like we should have the way people want when they talk about like the both sidesing of this, especially like with this, where he's talking about like the Jews, right? As opposed to like the Israeli government. I know personally several Jews who in their Jewish community are not super thrilled at the plight of the Palestinians. They don't like that shit very much, right? They wish that Israel had a better way of going about a diplomatic solution to things before shit like this happened. I don't think that the Jewish people of the world are a monolith by any means, right? Just like Palestinians are not a monolith. We can't say all Palestinians are, part of Hamas, or even that all Palestinians or most Palestinians support Hamas, because there's this little thing called like evidence, facts, et cetera, right? That you should be basing your opinion on, right? If you look at polling, if you look at the opinions that are, taken down in on paper, what the Palestinian people do and don't like, right? They don't seem to like Hamas that much. Now, I would have loved to see a poll that just happened to be taken right before this versus a poll that happens, right now on people's opinion of Hamas. But, I don't think we're going to get that. But yeah, you can't just cast, blame on an entire religious, ethnic, nationalist group. Blame the governments, blame the organizations of people who are coming together to commit violence. Yeah. Fucking talk shit about Israel all you want. Israel does bad things. But make sure that you're not doing it in a way that you're implying that the people who were murdered by literal terrorists for the sole purpose of doing terrorist acts for their own aims, right? Let's not do it in a way that implies that they deserve that shit.
Who are notably upset in the dissident right, who I think personally are motivated by either being a part of said group or being paid by a group of people who are from that said group. And there are some people who are kind of trying to thread the needle and say, well, I think that Israel has a right to defend itself. Of course, Israel has a right to defend itself. If this happened to America, of course, I would be up in arms and upset about a bunch of Americans being killed. Like if the Mexican cartel did this to us, obviously I would think that we should go into Mexico, okay? That's just a very basic, obvious response. Okay. The issue is that we're pushing back against a dominant Israeli Zionist narrative that's happening on the internet right now.
Well,
you have people who are lying in order to stoke up the American people to get their support for the war. Because at the end of the day, how many...
Hamas has never lied, guys. This just in. I just learned Hamas has never lied. So we should trust what Hamas says, but not what Israel says. Even though, there's other ways besides just trusting what the IDF says, which I've told people, don't trust just if it's coming just out of Israel, right? You should have a little bit of skepticism because they have a vested interest in having people, agree with them, right? And having people support them. So who should you trust? Well, you should take the claims that either side put out with a huge grain of salt, and then you should wait for third party verification. Is there going to be another country that comes out and says, hey, actually, Israel was actually telling the truth on this one? Or, hey, well, we don't have any way to prove that. You can see that happening right now with the Americans, right? In the day after the attacks, everyone, including Israel, was saying that Iran had something to do with the specific attack that we're all talking about now. That Iran was part of it. And what did the U.S. do? We didn't just say, yeah, totally, because Israel said it, so it must be true. We had our own intelligence double check, triple check, see, hey, is this what happened? And we didn't have any evidence for it. So we said, we don't have any evidence for that. So as of right now, this is unconfirmed reports. Didn't Biden confirm that hospital was hit by Hamas and not IDF? He said that the evidence that was given to him, the way that he phrased it was based off of the evidence that the U.S. has, it doesn't seem like the IDF did it. I lean in that direction, but take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I'm a retard on the fucking internet. I've been playing this game, you know, for how fucking long? So like, I'm a retard on the internet. I'm going based off of what more intelligent, more credentialed people say. And you can't just take, like, I didn't trust it when the IDF said it. I didn't trust it when Hamas said that the IAF did it. But I will trust when I see, you know, oh, well, actually, there's a good number of countries who all are saying the exact same thing, even though they all have like different ideologies, different ways about going about things, different opinions on the specific situation, right? Like there are a lot of countries in Europe that are, this is a good question. Check out this interesting data. Is the support for Israel stronger in the US or in Europe? I actually don't know the answer to that. Check out this interesting data. What political strategy should the next government adopt on the Palestinian issue? Israeli Jews strive for a peace based on a two-state solution, 35. Israeli Arabs, 46 total, 36%. Strive to annex the West Bank and establish a single state with privileged status. Stop. 30%, 16%, 28%. Strive to annex the West Bank and establish one state with full equal rights for all. 10%, 17%. This is a lot more. I would have expected that the split here would be more heavily weighted on one side or the other. I wouldn't have been able to guess which one would have been more supported, right? Peace based on a two-state solution seems to be the majority by almost 10 points. But it's it's not like it's 50% to 10% to 12%. 36, 28, 11% seems, one state for everyone with equal rights is not a popular opinion. Depends where in Europe. Well, I'm thinking like Western Europe, France, Italy, UK. How's it going, Shadowrun?
How many years, how many decades have Americans had it shoved down their throat that Israel is our greatest ally? Israel doesn't need us. We need Israel, right? That's the line.
Israel is our closest ally. We share intelligence like fucking crazy. We have multiple military bases there. It is a critical ally in the Middle East. It's a critical ally in the Middle East. It's where we will stage for operations. We'll stage up there and get everyone coordinated, or we'll coordinate with Israeli intelligence because they have one of the strongest intelligence networks in the entire world. Yeah, they are our greatest ally, especially in the Middle East. Yeah, no shit, dumb fuck. Yeah.
From Nikki Haley. How many years has that been stuffed down our throats? And what is the implication of that? What is the implication of that being the case? Okay, because if our greatest ally was just attacked by evil, vile Muslims who are raping and killing and doing all these evil things, beheading babies. Okay, well, what is the implication there? If we were attacked, do you think that our expectations would be that our allies would do nothing? Would that be our expectations?
It depends. Do they have a joint declaration, joint defense treaty with us? Because if so, yeah, at that point they're kind of obligated, right? But I don't think that Israel was obligated to come to our defense in the Middle East. They might have helped. I don't have a deep encyclopedic knowledge of the operations that happen in like Afghanistan or some shit. But I don't think that anyone in their fucking right mind would expect Israel to come to the defense of the United States if attacked. But that also doesn't mean that the U.S. is obligated to go to the defense of Israel if they get attacked. And in fact, everyone's been pushing back on this idea that the U.S., like everyone in our government is putting out this idea like, oh yeah, no, we're not getting involved over there, right? Unless like some crazy shit goes down. If Hezbollah decides to invade from the north and Jordan decides to invade from the east, you know, like at that point we might get involved a little bit. But I don't think anyone wants boots on the ground here in the United States, like at all. Why is my character so fucking slow all of a sudden?
No. Okay. And Americans will be up in arms demanding immediate aid from all of our allies. Okay. And so that's what I'm really worried about as an American nationalist is American involvement in this conflict. You have these genocidal maniacs on Twitter, on the media, on Fox News. I was listening to NPR and Fox News on the radio the other day, or literally yesterday. And you've got the liberal perspective on NPR, which is, okay, we need to support Israel, and this is a horrible attack, and it's also horrible, blah, 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 blah. But we need to advocate for a measured response, you know? We shouldn't go in and, I mean, they were literally on there. These liberals were saying, well, it's not appropriate.
Based? We support Israel, but we also don't want innocent Palestinians being murdered? Based? What's wrong with that statement?
To, if there's a sniper in a building, to just level the building. And it's like, yeah, obviously. They're like, instead, they should just have a precision strike on the room that the sniper is in. And they should clear out the building with groups of... And
I don't think I've heard anyone say some stupid fucking retard shit like that. A precision strike on the room? What fucking person on NPR said that? Fucking name names. I'm tired of people just saying what the other side is saying. Fucking give me a fucking article. Give me a fucking name. Give me a fucking day that it happened so we can like at least look into what the fuck you're saying. I have been listening to NPR like nonstop off stream. I have not heard someone say, oh yeah, don't do an airstrike, right? Just do a precision strike on the room. Maybe he misunderstood them, and when they said precision strike, they were talking about like putting boots on the ground or something, you know, like the land invasion of Gaza. But like, yeah, I have no fucking clue what the fuck he's talking about. This is Internax. Internax. I can't fucking speak today, guys. Damn. Okay, wait, hold on. What is this? Fuck off with the cookies. Oh, we'll look at that in a second.
And it's like the Israelis are not going to clear out concrete block sky rises. Like they're not going to clear them out with you know squads of 16 troops or 60 troops or whatever. They're not going to go in there and clear out room by room. They're just going to level the whole thing. I don't know if you guys have heard.
No, I mean that's what the U.S. is currently trying to stop them from doing, because they do have a bunch of dudes outside of Gaza right now, tanks, fucking armored vehicles. You know, they increased their military active personnel by like, I think more than double, right? All these people came back into service from where they were at. So like they have a fucking huge military already, and now they've doubled that. Yeah, they are thinking about going into Gaza, boots on the ground. Damn. Why is my character so goddamn slow?
Heard about the Hannibal option or the Hannibal? My brain is drawing a blank. The Hannibal, not the Hannibal option, not the Samson option either. I'm referring specifically to the Hannibal directive, which is that they would rather kill their own soldiers than deal with the circumstances surrounding I believe it was the 1970s prisoner exchange. It might have been a little bit later, but it's essentially a directive that says that if it's okay to kill Israeli soldiers, they will literally kill their own soldiers so they don't have to do a prisoner exchange. And WikiLeaks came out and said that there is chatter.
Hannibal Directive. To prevent the capture of Israeli soldiers by enemy forces. One second. There is only one case where Israeli forces have been officially confirmed to be directly responsible for an Israeli death. So, something that technically exists, but isn't really put into practice. Cool, thanks.
About this directive going on in between Israeli Defense Forces staff. So, I mean, read between the lines if you want there. What are they going to do with these hostages that they've taken? What are they going to do with these? Also, the fucking directive is for Israeli soldiers, not for civilians, many of which are foreign nationals, which I'm sure Israel really does not want to be killed under their, like, on their watch. It would not be good for Israel to have a whole bunch of foreign nationals of all of their allies get fucking killed because they decided to go Hannibal Directive. That's fucking retarded. These rooms full of 20 or 30 IDF soldiers that are being held hostage by Hamas. What are they going to do to them? Why is the United States Special Forces getting involved to extract the Americans? Why do you think they're doing that? Is it because maybe the IDF is not interested in?
Maybe because the United States has an obligation to protect its citizens from enemies, foreign and domestic? Like, do you think that if you get abducted by fucking terrorists that, like, the United States just, like, won't intervene and will let the local authorities take care of it? I don't know if I can last for another 4 minutes of this, guys.
Retrieving the American civilians, sorry, not American soldiers. Could it be that?
Could it be that?
It probably is that. Anyway, so I don't want my country involved in what could potentially become a global conflict, okay? It's very easy to see how Hezbollah could get involved and that could spiral out of control. Maybe Syria gets involved and then maybe Iran steps in. There's all sorts of different options on how this could play out. And from there...
There's almost, I want to say this, there is almost... I shouldn't say almost no possibility. It is like an infinitesimally small thing that Iran will get directly involved in this. It would be cataclysmic for them, because if Iran gets involved, then so does the US, and the US will beat Iran 10 times out of 10. And Iran knows that, which is why they don't want to fucking do that. Come on, why is this so hard? It should not be this fucking hard. The people we have going in are scary good. If you have a hostage they are rescuing, you are already dead. Oh, if you have a hostage they are rescuing, you are already dead. Yeah, gotcha. No, yeah, layman. I know, dude. I fucking know. But like now he is full America first, full Groiper, has his own cozy TV show, right? He's talking about the Jews in some sussy-wussy ways. He's not as explicit as I would expect, like Nick Fuentes or some of the other people there to be, but you know, he's saying some pretty sussy-wussy things about the Jews here, and I miss the good old days where there was a guy that was, you know, socially conservative, right? But able to be communicated with, you know? He was able to be communicated with, whereas I don't feel like anyone who thinks Nick Fuentes has good points can be communicated with.
Who knows what will happen, you know? The Iranians have been bunnying up to China for many years. They're central to their Belt and Road Initiative. If the stability of Iran and the regime there is threatened in any way, it is actually a threat to the future
Also, I don't think that Iran and China are so close that China would go to war to help Iran, right? Like, does anybody else think that? Is still lying about the hospital bombing? No, DM it to me. Don't forget the U.S. has allies. It's not like you're alone. If shit hits the fan, you can mobilize half of NATO if needed. True.
Polarity of the world. It's a threat to China. It's a direct threat to the Chinese plans.
I'm sorry. China barely sends any aid to fucking Russia, who is arguably the only other powerful nation that they're allied with. They're barely sending them military aid, and what they do send has to be like fucking hidden. They're not going full send for fucking Iran.
For global trade dominance and having their own influential sphere. So it's very easy to see how this could boil over and become a major conflict. And so my perspective as an American nationalist isn't to look at the atrocity propaganda and look at all these poor Israeli, you know, women at raves who, these poor Israeli women who were living their best life. Like, yeah, okay, they were literally and unironically living like a bug man life. They were living like this goy slop life. Like, okay, yeah.
I swear to God, I fucking hate scumfuck subhuman pieces of shit like this. That like, oh, people like to go to fucking dance festivals and dance? Huh. They're soy slop bugmen. They deserved what they got. Actually fucking rope yourself, you fucking subhuman scum. It is actually fucking disgusting to me. For anyone to it's bad enough when people are defending Hamas, but if you're just saying like, oh, I don't like Hamas, but I do think that it's based that they fucking killed these, you know, fucking young, like early 20s, maybe late teens kids who are out there fucking just dancing to fucking music because they're not living trad-wive lives. Like, actually kill yourself, you subhuman piece of shit. In a video game, obviously.
They would have been fine if they weren't out living their lives for themselves, living life for pleasure, basically. And that's sad. It's sad that they died and didn't have a chance to realize what they were doing wrong.
And you know, the real reason that these fucking, you know, pigmen want to fucking say like, oh, well, they're not living for anybody else, they're only living for themselves, is because they're too fucking poor and too fucking like lonely to do anything for themselves. They don't have fucking friends IRL. They don't have fucking, you know, half of their family disowns them because they want a fucking white ethno state. These people are the loneliest, loserist fucking, again, I say, subhuman pieces of shit on earth. The only reason they hate people who are going out and having fun is because they can't have fun, because they can't find a girlfriend that will love them, because they won't have, you know, a large chunk of their family get on board with the things that they're saying, because most of society like shuns the fucking extremism that they hold in their fucking hearts, the hatred that they hold for people that they've never fucking met. Most people, believe it or not, are not super fucking hateful pieces of shit like a Groyper is. The world would be a better place if instead of fucking music festivals getting fucking bombed by Hamas, maybe they found some streamers, okay? I'm just saying. Fuck these people.
And to get better and to repent. But I look at that, and then I look at like the Palestinians pulling dead children out of the rubble building. And honestly, between the two, we'll go back to what I was saying. Between the woman, the dead woman at the rave, and the children being pulled out of the rubble, they're like babies, literally babies, whose lifeless bodies are limp as they pull them out of the rubble. I'm definitely feeling a little bit more empathy and emotion towards the babies than I am the women who were half naked dancing to a bunch of degenerate music at a party right next to the right.
There were a lot of Jewish babies that were killed too, Internax. You got sympathy for them. God, I wish people like this were the fucking targets. I swear to God. I shouldn't say that on stream, obviously. Like, I don't want anyone to be the victims of fucking terrorist violence. But god damn, do these guys make a good case for themselves. Holy shit.
Next to the border with Gaza. Like, what did you expect? Oh, I go into a war zone to party.
It wasn't a war zone, retard.
That's essentially all I got. I'll leave you basically with this. The Palestinians are justified in their anger towards the Israelis. But that justification does not mean that it's okay for them to obviously come in, kill 1,000 Israelis. The Israelis are justified in their anger towards the Palestinians for attacking them. Again, that does not justify the response that is going to occur, because it's going to be brutal. They're not going to have any mercy. It's not going to be. There's going to be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of casualties from the impending invasion, and it is sad. It is sad, but as America firsters, we have to understand that our duty is to our nation first, and not to the Palestinians, and not to the Israelis. So it's their conflict, and if anything, we should step in as mediators to try and achieve peace. But that's it. That should be the extent of our involvement. I don't want American blood to be shed, and I don't want Americans to take the lives of either side, because it's just horribly wrong. That's it. All right.
Wow, what a great take.
Let's bring in right now Rogers Chair of the American Presidency at Vanderbilt University historian John Meacham.
Why? Stop. Yep. Internax's brothers in arms. Okay, 1 second. Let me see. What is the thing Antenna Cactus wanted me to look at?
It says just continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital with children. You know what's so hard sometimes is watching those videos and the people telling the kids don't cry and like let them cry. And there's it says just continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital.
What?
Just
She doesn't.
continue to watch.
I wish I had like 30 seconds before, 30 seconds after, so I could know exactly who she's saying. 1 sec.
It says just continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital.
She must be talking about Israelis, because no one in Palestine wants it to happen, right? Oh man, the soy is rising in me, guys. I am not gonna lie. The fucking Internax video actually pissed me the fuck off at the end. Jesus Christ, what a subhuman piece of shit. Let me close out some of these tabs. She's behind in the news. Well, hold on. Do we have any third party confirmation, or let's say any other party besides Hamas/Palestinian authorities, the U.S. and Israel, speaking about like they have evidence that shows one side or the other did it? Because that's like what my standard is. Wait, what am I doing? I want to go to news. Here, well, let's see if they say
President
it
Biden
here.
here in Israel in Tel
former Israeli Prime Minister
speak to the
acting
former
like a child.
Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who's joining us now live. Naftali Bennett, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us today. What are the next steps for the Israeli?
There was no crater. Air attacks leave a crater. Oh, well, Sir Tim, Mr. Tim, PhD. This is how I look at this. I do not have any forensic analysis, history or qualifications. I don't trust anyone online who isn't has some sort of fucking LinkedIn account that shows that they're a forensic analyst. Like, I don't trust motherfuckers on the internet to tell me anything like that. I would intuit that kind of news, like that's the news that makes me lean towards, yeah, it seems like the Palestinian, like it was a Palestinian rocket. But I don't think that I've been presented with any source that I could say like definitively, okay, I would place trust solely in this one source, right? Like I've heard from both Israel and from Palestinians that it was the other side. So like, and I'm not a fucking forensic analyst, so I'm not going to fucking make any kind of strong fucking statement on it. So that's how it is for me.
Military in terms of dealing with Hamas.
We set a goal of eradicating Hamas. The first step until now was to fend off and fight all.
Hold on. If the U.S. is also independently confirming it, because we can already see several times where they've disagreed with things that the Israelis have said. So if the U.S. says it, like if we're agreeing with them, then I'll take that probably. Unless someone else comes out with some like really like hard-hitting evidence,
Proof of Israel's claims that it was actually missiles from the Gaza Strip shot into the direction of the El Ahli hospital in Gaza City and not from Israel. This is Channel 12's camera. It is a camera situated in the city of Netivot, and its view is of the Gaza Strip. You see the time stamp on this. It's 6:59, and this is when it happens. We can press play on the tape, and you can see very clearly. Again, this is Channel 12's camera. You can see the rockets. This is the left red stamp fired over the hospital, which is the right, and you can see the blast. So that is.
Wait, go back.
You can see the rockets. This is the left red stamp fired over the hospital, which is the right, and you can see the blast. So that.
Okay, hold on. I see. I can see on the y-axis and on the x-axis what the trajectory is. But what about the z-axis, front and back? That's what I can't fucking tell. Like this video doesn't help me at all. But again, I'm not going to make any kind of like hard statement, right? I'm not going to make any kind of hard statement on who did it based off of a video. I want like an expert. I want like someone in intelligence, Yeah, the z-axis. Yeah.
Camera. It is a camera situated in the city of Netivot, and its view is of the Gaza Strip. You see the time stamp on this. It's 6:59.
Yeah, how do I know it's not?
And this is when it happens.
Yeah,
we can press play
with it.
on the tape, and you can see very clearly. Again, this is Channel 12's camera. You can see the rockets. This is the left red stamp fired over the hospital, which is the right, and you can see the blast. So that is proof of the fact that it came from the Gaza Strip. Our cameras, Channel 12's cameras, the President of the United States has already said it appears it was done by the other team, meaning he also realizes that it was shooting from inside Gaza over the hospital.
That is not proof. That video didn't prove anything, not to me. Like again, find me a ballistics expert, shit like that. I can't fucking go off of fucking 12 pixels on a screen giving me the vague, impression that there is a missile being launched. Like I can't fucking tell.
All the terrorists that are still in Israel and kill them kill as many Hamas terrorists as possible and protect our people. As we speak right now, there are a lot of forces, special forces, fighting those Hamas Nazis in southern towns, but it seems that we're on top of things right now. The next step is to go on the offensive and to eradicate this Nazi-type Hamas. In my life, I've never used the term Nazi for anything but the original Nazis. This is the first time I'm using it because it's the exact same ideology of annihilating Jews just because they're Jews. We are talking about monsters who rape, sever parts of bodies, abduct 85-year-old women and 2-month-old babies. This is not an enemy. This is a monster, and we're going to treat it as such.
And we've just heard from a woman whose entire family have been taken. While pursuing Hamas, how is the IDF going to make sure that civilians, ordinary Palestinians, are not
I gotta
caught
speed
up
this up. These guys are talking
the
slow as fuck.
The responsibility for all the Israelis in captivity lies with Hamas. I can tell you right now that Hamas, Nazi Hamas, is soon to feel
Nazi
the full
Hamas.
wrath of the Israeli people, because we're a nation of lions. Yes, we took a huge hit. I want to show you the Kedem family. This family, the father Jonathan, the mother Tamar, the girls Shahal, Arbel, and the little baby Omer. This is just one family that was totally wiped out, murdered from point blank, among dozens and dozens of families that are wiped off of earth
I'm sorry, what?
by these monsters.
Here it comes?
But at the same time, I want to tell you that Israel and the Jewish people, we're a nation of lions. We're up, and I can tell you that in all military units, reservists, I fought for many years in the commando units of IDF. I was defense minister, prime minister. I can tell you, we're at 150% enlistment rate. Every Israeli wants to go fight and hit and kill those terrorists. We're going to hit back like you've never seen before.
And Mr. Bennett, what responsibility do you think that the Israeli army now have on making sure that other families aren't torn apart by this, other innocents aren't lost in this? And I'm speaking specifically about the Palestinians in Gaza.
Well, the Palestinian, IDF does not target civilians ever. We're not like our Nazi enemy. We will never target civilians deliberately. What we do is when there's a building or any Hamas-related infrastructure, we tell the people, get out of there, and we're going to destroy it. We hunt down the Hamas. If Hamas decides to murder its own people by using them as human shields, then Hamas will be responsible for murdering those Palestinians.
And what about those Palestinians in hospital who are on life support, and babies and incubators whose life support and incubator will have to be turned off because the Israelis have cut the power to Gaza?
Are you seriously keep on asking me about Palestinian civilians? What's wrong with you? Have you not seen what happened? We're fighting Nazis. We don't target them. Now, the world can come and bring them anything they want. If you want to bring them electricity, I'm not going to feed electricity or water to my enemies. If anyone else wants, that's fine. We're not responsible for them.
This is the point.
But you
this
keep
is
on.
the point.
I want to tell you. Listen, you listen to me right now. I've heard you enough.
No, I understand.
Oh man, this is bad. This is not a. This is bad PR for the Israelis. They should not let this guy go back on TV at all. Holy shit!
Conversation here. Listen, this is my program. This is my show, and I am asking the questions. You're raising your voice, and I've asked you, and we've already stopped. Please, and let me finish. We've already distinguished between Hamas.
I want to tell you, shame on you.
You're trying to speak over.
We are not. Shame on you.
It's nothing about shame. We're trying to have a conversation about a very serious situation here, and you are refusing to address it.
Jump over immediately, and again,
absolutely not. You are incorrect.
They are responsible, because I can tell you that when the UK,
absolutely
when Great Britain was fighting the Nazis during World War II, no one asked what's going on in Dresden. It was the Nazis targeting London, and you targeted Dresden. So shame on you if you go on with that false narrative.
We're not talking about that, and in hindsight,
bro. Uh-oh. Comparing what you're doing to Gaza to Dresden, probably not the look that you want to give Israel right now, my guy. Jesus Christ.
Listen, and in hindsight, many people have readdressed that kind of carpet bombing.
Oh, I see. Now you're Mr. Clean. Shame on you.
Absolutely
We
not. And
will
I'm not. Listen,
target-
Mr. Bennett, I am not in the military. I am a journalist
you're not in
asking
the
you
military.
questions. Are you going to let me ask you a question, or you continue shouting at me? We've already distinguished between Hamas and the Palestinians. I'm asking you very directly. What
do you want to ask?
is going to be done to make sure that those innocent people don't get killed, as innocent Jewish people were killed on Saturday?
Well, we're going to target Hamas, and we're telling Hamas that if you use anyone as your human shield, and you're going to shoot at us using human shields, that it's their responsibility. Listen, mister, if someone is shooting at your children and hiding behind a human shield, will you shoot back or not? I'm asking you a question. Someone's shooting at your children, but hiding behind civilians. What's the answer? What would you do?
Mr. Bennett, I'm not here to answer your questions. I've asked you your questions, and you have not answered them directly. All right.
They never let that guy back on TV. Holy shit, dude. Standpoint epistemology, you can't understand this if you are an Israeli. Super fucking true. We need to sit down and sit our white asses down and listen to Israeli voices on this one, folks. Fuck. I don't care about that. They cut him off. Well, I would have too. If I was if I was Netanyahu, I would have cut that motherfucker off. I would have had the snipers take him out live on TV. Yeah, we don't put up with that kind of. Listen, we don't put up with that kind of nonsense here in Israel. We don't like killing civilians, so we took out that guy with sniper fire. That's what I would have done. I think that guy's last question is one we should be asking people. Which question? And Coulter being racist.
I have a bunch of friends live in LA, lefty types, but I guess you would call them default liberal. Some of them are more politically active just because they work in media. And I remember having conversations with 6-7 years ago about the far left's hatred of Jews and Israel, and how.
Really quick, by the way, this is something that I'm doing not for shits and giggles, not for the enjoyment of people watching. I'm doing this for money. All right. This is me asking you guys, if you guys are feeling generous, to please use the donation link if you're on YouTube, right? Watch this. Go right here, and then I'm sure if let's go to, look at that. We got in the description right there. Boom. Copy. Look. You can leave me a tip. You can donate to me to give me money so that I can afford to feed myself and my cats. I'll go ahead and drop that both in YouTube and in Kick Chat. But if you're on Kick, then you can subscribe and get fun little emojis like this one or like that one. I think we have more. Yeah, look, we got that shit. We got so many little fucking emojis. So if you guys are feeling generous and you guys want to help a brother out, please consider subscribing. It's my birthday month, okay? It's my birth month. I should be getting presents constantly.
I don't understand how, hey, look, you work in Hollywood. You're Jewish. You understand, what's going on, but you're supporting these far leftists who are on video saying they want to eradicate. I'm not Israel. I'm not. Well, maybe it's a little strong language, but you had that video of Patrisse Cullors of BLM saying they want to end the imperial project called Israel. Like, what do you think that means when they say from the river to the sea? And these people are like, oh, no, I don't believe any of that. Well, it's a cold splash of water in the face right now.
Yes.
When you're seeing in Washington, they're chanting, there is only one solution. Intifada revolution. I want to make sure I get the full quote, but they'll try and downplay it and say, no, intifada just means we're going to come and revolt against the government. But everybody knows what one solution means when they chant from the river to the sea. Then when you watch what...
How is it that both sides are unable to control their optics whatsoever, dude? Holy shit. Like, I would say that the Hamas probably has worse PR than Israel does right now. But both of them are having such huge missteps in public relations. It's actually fucking astonishing. I don't understand. How do you fuck it up that bad?
What Hamas does. So I bring this up just to kind of bring it back to the greater what's happening here around the world. But you made a point about it's going to be a wake-up call to a lot of these feminists. And I'm wondering what my lefty friends, who many of them were Jewish, working in the entertainment industry, what it must have been like. And I feel bad for them. I'm not trying to drag them, to wake up and to see everything they put their weight behind, every BLM post, to see Black Lives Matter post a picture of a paraglider.
Can someone explain to me why like supporting BLM in 2020 is like leads to this end result of people supporting Hamas? Yeah, why is this a wake up to people who supported BLM? People supported BLM because of stuff that's happening in America, right? They're not going to co-sign literally every statement that they make about things that happen outside of America. Okay, bye. You acted like you wanted to come say hello, but now you're leaving. Asshole.
Saying they support this.
Yep.
When they went and killed civilians, children, indiscriminately. And we're told by more pro-Palestinian individuals. We had Max Blumenthal on the show. I had tremendous respect for him. But he said Hamas saw the music festival as a target of opportunity, and it is their intention to target civilians to use as bargaining chips.
Because they're both decolonization and liberation movements. I would grant you that people would describe BLM as a liberation movement, like the liberals that are joining hands, yeah, they're fighting for liberation. I would not say that most people see BLM as a decolonization movement, right? They might be that, but that's not why people supported them, because this whole colonizer discourse didn't even really start until, I want to say 2021, maybe 2022. Like, this was not like the colonizer shit was not the focus of the BLM riots back in 2020. All right. It would more likely be, systemic racism, judicial bias, stuff like that. Police violence. Yeah, movement for police reform. That's the way that I saw it back when I was, going to the protests and stuff. Some of the BLM organizers were Islamic extremists. Most people don't even know anyone who organizes the BLM rallies. I'm politically active. I don't know who the fuck is in charge of the fucking rallies in my own city or elsewhere. I could not name one single fucking BLM organizer off the top of my head. Cat, what do you want? That's right. Fuck off. A lot of people see it as oppressed versus oppressor. I understand that. But that can go, there's like different levels of that. There's different, you understand that, right? Yeah, no, like, to be clear, Casabon, I'm not saying that like it sprung up out of nowhere in 2021. I'm saying that I might have seen people talk about colonizers, right? But I don't remember it. It wasn't big discourse. It wasn't a popular fucking argument on the left, right? I know it wasn't a popular argument on the left because I used to be a fucking socialist, and I didn't really see that shit get talked about until the black nationalist movement shit going on in Twitch poll. And that was a deep cut of lore in Twitch poll, right? So, like, I don't think outside of, I still think that it's still largely contained to online, the colonizer stuff, right? Which is why people are so fucking appalled when they see people, putting the fucking paragliders on their fucking flyers.
Against Israel. This is war. There are no rules and morality in war. We grew up in the United States because we are so protected and so pampered. This breeds, I'm going to become...
Wait, did he just say there's no laws in war?
Respect for him, but he said Hamas saw the music festival as a target of opportunity, and it is their intention to target civilians to use as bargaining chips against Israel. This is war. There are no rules and morality in war. We grew up...
Say that to the Geneva Convention. Say that to the Nuremberg trials. Yeah, there's rules to engagement. Can't treat prisoners of war, particularly badly. Yeah. There are rules for war, my guy.
In the United States because we are so protected and so pampered. This breeds, I'm going to become totally blunt and very direct. I'm not saying it only breeds this, but feminism I believe, can only exist in what the United States has created.
Yes.
It is so safe. It is so protected. Women, go about your business. You are free. Whereas in the majority of the world, you see these stories of the women who go hiking in Morocco by themselves. And what happens? What we see now with Hamas is a wake.
What does happen to women who hike by themselves in Morocco? Is that a big news story that I missed? Wait, what?
Up call to many of these lefty feminist types who supported BLM to realize these people hate you, they want to kill you, and if it was not for our security apparatus, yeah, you'd be living in a very brutal, cold reality.
I mean, this whole doctrine of, multiculturalism, anti-colonialism, it was cooked up inside the West.
God, this guy.
And it was cooked up in a Western environment. And when you step outside that environment and you apply it, you suddenly realize it means something totally different.
These are the people who were shilling for based Western fucking imperialism, based Western values not 4 years ago. Now that it's a common talking point that they can get more people over to their side, now they're saying the West is bad. Look, all this multiculturalism is just a Western idea as opposed to some commie idea. See how they switch their fucking narratives so fucking quickly and so fucking effortlessly? It is fucking crazy. When I started streaming, multiculturalism was something cooked up by either the Jews or the communists or both of them. Now, it's those goddamn Western fucking countries and Western values that brought us multiculturalism. Jesus. Did you ever see the American grenade launcher we had to take out of use in 2016 because its use was a war crime? No, I don't know. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, the Destiny meme. My war crime, justified. Your war crime, gay and retarded. Based.
Than what these sort of campus activist types think. So when you think, for example,
Campus
about Hamas
activist
and
types.
just the recent massacre, in some sense, it is even worse than the Nazis. And what I mean is not in scale, of course, but what I mean is the Nazis were sufficiently Western to realize that they had to hide their crimes, right? The death camps, there's not a single death camp that was in Germany. Think of it. They were all in the occupied territories. They were in Poland because the Nazis realized we can't tell the German people we're doing this. We got to hide it. Hamas doesn't hide it. If they kill a kid, they're laughing while they're doing it, and then they put the video themselves. They're not waiting for some journalist to expose them. But they're exposing themselves.
I think that shows how the Nazis were.
Why is it that I've heard this same take multiple times this week? Who else was the one that said that? That at least the Nazis had the decent. Oh, it was Ben Shapiro of all fucking people. Ben Shapiro said that at least the Nazis had the decency to try and cover up their crimes because they realized that it was shameful. But these people, they delight in the terror that it creates. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they didn't hide the Night of Broken Glass.
A more terrifying evil. Because by hiding it, they seek to get away with it.
But what's great, to get back to what liberals must be waking up to right now, I mean, I hope this will last, and I hope they have noticed. It was the left that encouraged BLM, that encouraged these riots and the attacks on the police, and all cops are bastards and burning down police stations. They will always take the side of the barbarians. They're always on the side of the violent. And for the first time now, hallelujah.
Before she gets into the really bad stuff that I'm assuming is about to come because of internet gas, the left has an optics problem. And that optics problem is everybody thinks that you guys are supporting of violence because you guys always cheer on violence. Maybe if the left doesn't want everyone to think that they're, homicidal fucking maniacs who just want people to be able to steal with impunity, maybe they should have, a quarter of a second of, of thought put into how our messaging is going to be around this particular issue. I just can't imagine. Wait, do I have the... Oh, I can shoot the fucking bullets back. I didn't even realize I got that upgrade. Cool. Anyways.
in Israel, we see, oh my gosh, you're going to take the side of the civilized people this time. Your first time. I mean, of course, BLM supports Hamas. What did you think? And can we get a list of the corporations and the celebrities that donated to Black Lives Matter, now all out supporting Hamas? I just hope that the pushback that
this is so fucking retarded. I'm sorry. Like, usually I'm all for like pointing out the hypocrisy, like I did with Dinesh a second ago, like pointing out the fact that he's now blaming the Western values and Western societies for the multiculturalism shit, which is ironic because he is an Indian man living in the United States of America. But, you know, going past that, like, I love pointing out hypocrisy. I don't think that it's hypocritical to for people to not like the super bad violence that they saw cops doing to black people, supporting BLM. Not all of them were supportive of the riots. And now, why would you assume that all of the liberals are okay with the fucking Hamas? That is just like actually retarded. It's a good reminder of what kind of... Yeah, no, I watched some stuff about Eichmann. He's not a good dude. The second there is a terrorist attack, the leftists go base terrorists raping and killing civilians. I mean, in this instance, yes. They don't do it when it's a fucking Nazi in the United States, though. All right, let's be clear. When it's a right-wing terrorist attack, it's the fault of the United States and, you know, everything that we've ever stood for. It's just an indictment on that, you know. Damn. Come on. I just want to get this. I just want to get all the achievements and then we're done with this game. I don't want to play it anymore. Jesus.
Happened so fast, so quickly. I hope it didn't happen so quickly that they suddenly realized, oh crap, we stepped in it and pull back. No, tell us what you really think. Also the DI, I'm sorry, just one more thing, but also the diversity and diversities are saying, and sorry you guys, but white men's are really SOL. I'm
actually mixed race, so I'm okay.
That is not going to count.
It's actually worse.
Too, yeah. All the police chiefs, all the head of universities, all the heads of symphonies. I mean, read Heather McDonald's book. I'm constantly interviewing her on my Substack. She has this book, When Race Trumps Merit. And it's unbelievable how every important position in this country has been replaced by usually a black woman, especially at the universities. And now we have at Yale... No, I'm sorry, it's Harvard. The president of the Kennedy School at Harvard is giving all these pro-Hamas statements, and all the big, very wealthy, very smart, well, not that smart because they were donating until now, Jewish donors saying, that's it, no more, we're cutting off donations. Something else Heather McDonald has been saying to rich donors. Stop giving to these universities. They hate you.
I'm actually deeply offended by the notion that we have been screaming for years BLM is deeply anti-Semitic. And I'm not saying that in any cute kind of way.
I don't know if I care to watch the rest of this. I'm sorry. There's a certain level of brain rot and like hyper partisanism that I just can't deal with. After, you know, I woke up this morning, I went to work at 7 a.m., you know, like a good American. Got off at 2, came home, started streaming. And, you know, I like to learn on my stream, all right? I learn along with you guys, all right? While you guys get all of the interpretations from all the stuff that I've learned, right? And I kind of give you all of the correct answers on everything because I'm always right. I like to learn a little bit along the way. And there's nothing to be learned from this other than, like, these people don't like Democrats. They will conflate every bad thing in the entire world to the Democrats. They will insinuate racist things, but then get really upset when you point out that they're insinuating racist things. Like, this is why I don't fucking cover far right losers anymore, because it's always the exact same shit. There's nothing more to be learned. We only watch the Internex thing because he's a fallen angel from Twitch politics. Like, not watching the president? Is the president speaking right now? I'd much rather watch that.
Five families, as we say.
It's beyond even five families. That's a mafia
Where
term.
is he speaking? Yeah, I also don't like watching Red Pill stuff because it's literally the exact same thing every single fucking time. Hold on. Is Biden speaking right now or not? Or did he just stop speaking?
I want to say to the people of Israel, their courage, their commitment, their bravery is stunning. It's really stunning. I'm proud to be here. Scores of people hostage, including children. You said, imagine what those children hiding from Hamas were thinking. It's beyond my comprehension to be able to imagine what they're thinking. Beyond my comprehension. They're committed evils that and atrocities that make ISIS look somewhat more rational. You know, Americans are grieving with you. They really are. Israel, as they respond to these attacks, it seems to me that have to continue to ensure that you have what you need to defend yourselves. And we're going to make sure that occurs, as you know. And we have to also bear in mind that Hamas does not represent all the Palestinian people. And it has brought them only suffering. I was deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday.
Well, I've seen people support ISIS before, well before I started streaming. So, like, people do support ISIS because they're anti-American. Like, I've seen that sort of shit.
So what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team, not you. But there's a lot of people out there who are not sure. So we've got to overcome a lot of things. And it also means encouraging life-saving capacity to help the Palestinians who are innocent, caught in the middle of this. Israel has a value set like the United States does and other democracies. And they're looking to see what we're going to do. So, Mr. Prime Minister, I'm very happy to be back in Israel with you. Thank you for having me. And I'm looking forward to having a thorough discussion about where everybody goes from here.
Wow, crazy. Nothing more. 1 second. What is...
What's that back? It's interesting to say that because it's like when we look at the Crusades, when we're looking at the third with the Crusade with Pope. I think of an institution. I think of political context. I think of historical context. All of those things. And I think religion, from that standpoint, is probably overstated as well.
Boring. All right, what else do we got? Let's look at content suggestions. Let's see what we have here. What's this? Oh, God. Effort post. No, thank you. I'll read it later. Oh, wait, hold on. The PZH guy wanted me to watch this.
Known as the Silicon Valley of the East, Israel has managed to become a reasonably wealthy country with a GDP per capita even higher than that of countries such as Germany or the United Kingdom. And not only that, it has also managed to position itself as one of the greatest technological powers in the world, despite being a country with just over 9 million inhabitants. In fact, it is by far the OECD country that invests the most in R&D each year. Actually, it is the country with the highest R&D investment per capita in the whole world, by a long shot. Its success has been such that, despite being located in the middle of a desert, if you go to a European supermarket tomorrow, you will probably find oranges, lemons, or even strawberries of Israeli origin. And all this thanks to the enormous investment in R&D we're talking about. An investment with which this country has even genetically modified plants in order to be able to irrigate them with semi-saline water from the sea or from saltwater aquifers. Amazing. In a way, it is what has come to be known as the miracle of Startup Nation. Thanks to which, in recent years, little by little, Israel's image in the world has been pivoting from wars and conflicts to technology and unicorns. But that process was suddenly smashed to smithereens when Hamas perpetrated its historic massacre in Israel on Saturday, 7th of October. We're talking about more than 1,200 fatalities and 3,000 wounded. The level of brutality exhibited was Dantesque. Naturally, the nervousness following the Hamas attack spread like wildfire. Suddenly, uncertainty and financial fear were back on the table. Check it out.
Israeli shekel falls to an 8-year low.
It was a huge drop that forced the central bank to intervene.
Also, I'm making an executive decision. After this video, I'm going to piss. And then after I get back from pissing, I'll just open it up for call-ins. All right, so if someone wants to jump in and talk for a couple of minutes about something that I've said or ask a question or some shit, or tell me that I'm wrong, yeah, that's a good time for you guys to do that.
Massively in the markets, with more than $40 billion to prop up its currency. Of course, this is just one example. One example which tells us that some things may change from now on following the terrible blow dealt by Hamas. The question is, what exactly could this new conflict mean for Israel's economy? To what extent is the so-called Israeli miracle in jeopardy? Well, in this video, we're going to see how the brutal attack by Palestinian militias could have 3 major economic consequences for Israel. Listen up.
The failure of the only solution.
The only thing that I can think of off the top of my head that would hurt Israel's economy is instability and people pulling out of markets there as a result of the mass amount of instability going on. Outside of that, I don't know how it could hurt their economy. Maybe they get into a long, drawn-out war and they lose a whole bunch of young men and then they don't have any demographics going forward. Eyes here, you only need the first 6 minutes? Okay, cool. Good, because I really do have to pee really fucking bad. Also, I'm losing my voice whilst, I haven't been talking for very long. I've only been streaming for 2 hours, but I'm losing my voice, and I don't know why.
It is something that has not been talked about much, at least outside Israel. But in recent years, the Hebrew government's approach to Palestine has undergone, or rather, given the circumstances, underwent a major change. You could say that it went from seeking a political solution, which never came, to Israel's governments, including those of Netanyahu, and later that of Naftali Bennett, going on to try to seek a kind of economic peace. The idea was that if the Palestinian National Authority, first and perhaps almost Hamas later, could offer their people better living conditions, then the conflict would diminish. And it was not just Israel's doing. The international community also threw its weight behind this new strategy by committing billions of dollars in development aid. All in all, this new gamble gained momentum particularly from 2018, when philosopher Mika Goodman proposed a new stratagem, one known as shrinking the conflict. And what did this new plan consist of? Basically, it was based on 2 premises. First, the creation of a single state would never be feasible because the Arabs would be in the majority. And secondly, when it came to the crunch, the 2-state bet raised many security doubts. Basically, for the Israelis, trust in the Palestinians, not so likely. Therefore, in his view, the best solution was to keep the conflict frozen just below the threshold of war, while gradually improving the living conditions of the Palestinian population. Well, as we say around here, no sooner said than done. Since then, that has basically been the Israeli government's bet. The fact is that under this new economic strategy, which, as you can see, was gradually gaining momentum. The Palestinian National Authority began to work closely with Israel to repress the more radical factions and to launch new economic initiatives. For example, new export processing zones were established in the West Bank. They also started to create secure logistical routes that allow Israeli trucks to safely enter the PA-controlled area to load directly into Palestinian factories, which logically saves significant time and money. As of September 2022, more than 20 major Palestinian companies in Hebron, Ramallah, and Nablus are using this mechanism. And above all, those zones opened the door for more and more Palestinians to work in Israel. First, Palestinians from the West Bank, and since March 2022, when Israel issued Resolution 1328, the door was also increasingly opened to workers from Gaza itself. The result? Take a look for yourselves. To give you an idea, in 2021, just before the last big surge of Palestinian workers in Israel, the income generated by this activity accounted for around 35% of Palestinian GDP. Probably in 2023, that figure has been well above 40%, so it's no joke. The stakes were such that the Israeli government has invested more than $100 million in recent years to train thousands of Palestinian workers professionally. And that's not all. The Israeli government also pledged to upgrade the Palestinian internet network and promote other infrastructure. Well, what can I say? In a way, the strategy was working. Palestinian incomes were increasing, and the growing economic and commercial ties between the two sides could have eventually opened the door to greater understanding and reduced security controls. And keep in mind that according to United Nations estimates presented last spring, the cost of controls and restrictions imposed by Israel alone amounts to 25.3% of Palestinian GDP. In other words, the progressive reduction of these controls could lead to an enormous economic takeoff in Palestine. In fact, it was exactly this idea, the notion that the Palestinians were primarily seeking to improve the economic situation, that caused, as we saw on Visual Politic, Israel's security forces and intelligence services to dismiss any imminent threat from Hamas. A serious, very serious miscalculation.
Okay, that was the first 6 minutes. All right, give me a couple of seconds to pee. Watch this for a couple of seconds while I do that. Nice. All right, I'm going to update the stream title super quick, and we'll move to open call-ins if people want to call in. Let's see here. I actually don't know how much longer I can go because my voice is starting to go. Okay, Kick is updated. Let's go here. Open call-ins. Save. All right, I'll keep that open. I'll keep Discord open for that. The last statement was misleading. The intelligence didn't lower its guard, but focused more on the West Bank. Well, I mean, are those two statements mutually exclusive? I would assume that if you're going to primarily focus on the West Bank and you get news that something is going to happen with Hamas over in Gaza, and then you ignore it, like, it feels like a lowered guard over there. Unless there's like an additional context that I'm missing. Nothing? Okay, gotcha. Uh-oh, Hassan loses.
Okay, I'm going to put this side by
out.
side. I want you to understand something, okay? So that is a JDAM called on.
So there's literally no pushback for any of this because obviously none of the LSF streamers know anything. And then this is like Emma's line to me. I wish I had your confidence. I can't imagine sitting here and like pretending to give you guys like good analysis. Bro, I don't know what a missile looks like. I don't know what a rocket looks like.
Fucking true. Why is everyone making these hardcore strong statements about what kind of fucking missile it must have been? I don't understand why people feel that kind of confidence. I don't know a goddamn thing about a missile. I've heard of JDAMs. I've heard of like SAM or SAM systems. Do I know what any of these things are? Fuck no, I don't. I don't know what any of that shit is. I actually know a bit about it. I mean, you're welcome to come on, but like it's one of those things where I'm going, like, what I'll do probably is I'll pull up counter narratives that I've heard, because there's no way that anybody who doesn't have like some sort of forensic analysis like background or like munitions forensics or something like that, there's no way anyone else can but that can make a strong determination with any sort of confidence as to what the missile was, where it came from, unless they have information that I do not. You know? But yeah, feel free. Jump into the way, or you should just be able to jump straight into the stream call-ins, because I think I gave you the roles for that. We'll wait for PZH here. I present my evidence. Let's see. Let's see the strong evidence. Expert analysis. From who? Fuel explosion duration. The initial explosion likely lasted half a second to 3/4 of a second, emitting light for a brief period. This suggests it is not an incendiary device. Cool. Parking lot damage. The damage in the parking lot is attributed to either overpressure or fuel explosion. There's minimal debris near the cars. Shielding effect. A surrounding building shielded one side of the parking lot, preventing diesel/gas fires from reaching the vehicles. All windows in nearby buildings shattered due to primary and fuel explosions. Last video variation. The final video displays a smaller fuel explosion and the submunition release is less clear. Hey, PZH, how's it going?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Just reading expert analysis on Twitter about these bombs that people have seen through, fucking 300 display pixels on a screen. Somehow they're able to determine what the fuck is going on.
I'm all over this. I was all over this in like the third minute that it happened. I was online, and we were already geolocating where the thing happened. We had like streams of the Gaza skyline on YouTube. We were like, oh look, there's a missile falling down. We were like, and early. This is very exciting for me, the whole thing.
So what's your determination?
It's pretty well. So again, I'm biased, but it's from what I saw early on, there was like a bunch of rockets that were flown from Gaza. I think they were destined to reach Haifa, which is quite far. One of the rockets fell down. It fell into the. As it fell down, it still had a lot of rocket fuel. It landed in the car park of the hospital. The missile, the rocket itself blew up. We're talking as per the crater, we're talking about 10 kilograms worth of TNT or equivalent.
Mm-hmm.
The rocket fuel burned some of the cars there, but all the buildings around were fine. 3 cars down from in the car park. 3 cars down from where the missile hit, where the rocket hit. The cars are mostly okay. The windows are still there. Windows in the buildings around are okay. Sorry, hold on a second.
Mm-hmm.
Windows are still okay. Like the buildings around are still okay. And it seems like a misfire. And bear in mind, those rockets are basically, they're using like old water pipes that the European Union tried to like pay for to get more water to the people of Gaza. They're made in someone's basement. It's not like in a Lockheed Martin kind of facility. It's in someone's basement. And yeah, they have like a 10 or 20% chance of falling back into Gaza.
So I don't want I feel like you probably understand what my position on like the whole situation going on over there is. But like when it comes to this, when it comes to especially like very, very early breaking news that is only being reported on from a bunch of people on the internet who are taking these grainy ass fucking videos and doing sleuthing based off of that. My understanding is a couple of hours before this strike, the Israelis actually did one of their knocking warnings to the hospital, right?
I did not understand that, and I asked about this. As far as I understood, so this is in the northern part of Gaza. Like if you break Gaza into half, it's the northern half, and it is the half where they asked people to evacuate. But at the time, there were more operations happening in southern Lebanon with Hezbollah, and it was not so much the case that they were doing stuff in Gaza. I don't think they completely did nothing. But it was more focused on southern Lebanon, and I was asking about this with regards to the ground invasion. I was basically told that they're waiting for Biden to leave, or they don't want to rock the boat, or they need the weather to clear up because they'll have better visibility from the sky. But yeah, that was I don't know necessarily if they were working in the area.
Yeah, that's my question, because if true, if it is true that they were sending warnings for people to evacuate that hospital because they were going to take it down, and then later that night a missile falls and kills a whole bunch of people, then that calls into question, Israel's culpability.
Honestly, I don't think it matters. The stuff on the ground, the crater, the damage around that, it's pretty much...
I'm not gonna lie, the fact that there isn't like this deep blast crater when people are showing like side by side the types of craters that Israeli missiles do on average, that does call into question that, right? Also, like, what kind of fucking missile, but like on the other hand, here's this: what kind of fucking missile is Hamas making that can kill, allegedly up to 500 people, right? Like, that sounds like...
There's no way 500 people died. No way. It's just inflated numbers.
Okay, I thought that number was also corroborated by the IDF and by... But maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe you...
Absolutely not. No, it's the Gaza Health Minister, which is basically Hamas.
Got you. Okay, so do we have any estimates from any more trusted sources than Hamas?
No, you will not get any.
Because, I mean, there were a bunch of okay, so if it hit that car park and that's where most of the damage was contained, the casualties that people are saying were there, do we know how big this parking lot is, this carport, whatever the fuck it is?
There's pictures. There are pictures from Reuters.
Right, but like, is it like the size of a football field? Is it a little bit smaller than a football field? Like,
it's basically 18 parked cars there.
Okay, yeah, probably couldn't fit 500 people in there.
Not unless it's like you're looking at like some kind of rock concert where everyone's like really tied in, maybe. But not really. It's not possible.
Okay.
It's a highly inflated number, in my opinion.
Yeah, when it comes to the missile strike, it does look really bad for Hamas. But there are a couple of things that have come out that I thought were confirmed. Here, you know what? We have the power of the internet. Let's just fucking Google it.
Yeah, go for it.
Give me 1 second. Find my... Okay. Gaza hospital. Let's go to Reuters. What we know about the explosion.
I gave you like a combat veteran, who analyzed everything, like a German guy. I think he did a pretty good analysis. In your
Oh, okay. I see it right there. Maybe let's look at this for just a second and then maybe I'll watch that. Who bombed it? They say... Oh, is this just like the world's... No. I can't look at this article because they make me pay. Jesus. Let's see here. There's no singular crater suggesting there was a bomb, but there was extensive fire damage and scattered debris that is consistent with an explosion starting from the ground level, according to the source. Uh-oh, open call-ins. Yeah, Panda Man. It looks like... It looks like most of these articles from places that I would say are trustworthy are saying that it was almost certainly Hamas.
Yeah, so the way that this like progressed through the night, It was like I was looking at it. I just caught it on Twitter, and I'm like, I'm doing some research and stuff, and I found these live streams. That I actually went to the YouTube live stream of like a bunch of cameras aimed at the Gaza skyline, and like the feed was still on. And Al Jazeera apparently also they had so basically the idea of the original rockets was it's supposed to attack Haifa, and that is a very long distance, so it's an impressive feat. And apparently Al Jazeera had some intel on this, or they had the heads up on this, and they were again looking at the Gaza skyline, and they saw the same thing. So it was like, but they didn't mean to see it, that the missile fell down, that the rocket fell down from the sky. But there was like two ways of looking at it. And then I saw like a security camera in Israel. Someone posted it. They saw like the missiles going up, and then an explosion in the kind of the trajectory of the missile. If one of the missiles just like went down instead of continued in a straight line. And I saw all of this, and I have to say it was pretty cool, in my opinion, that we were a bunch of people online. We were open sourcing like the geolocation of it, and we're not relying on any army information or anything like that. And it was really nice to like have this ability to fact check things. And then I kind of like made a joke about it and didn't think anything of it. And then I opened the news. It's like Israel killed 500 people, riots in Beirut and in Tunisia, in Morocco, and I'm like, shit, this thing is like blowing up everywhere. I had no idea.
I mean, yeah, there's protests all the fuck over the place. I think the U.S. embassy in Iraq was attacked last night or some shit.
It was like really bad, and you see like BBC, MSNBC, Sky News, everyone is saying Israeli airstrike kills 500 in hospital. I'm like, shit, what the hell happened from this thing I saw on Twitter like 5 minutes ago to like World War III? Like pretty much literally. And it was just a very strange day.
Yeah, I can imagine from like the perspective of someone who like is Israeli and has had to, you know, live going through all the stuff going on over there. It's probably pretty crazy seeing a bunch of people, you know, argue about whether or not Hamas are terrorists or not.
Yeah.
But I guess like
I think I had a really big issue. I mean, you could tell me what your opinion on this, but it basically seemed that all these so I'm in England right now, so I'm seeing like all the British news outlets just take Hamas at their word, not check anything, not ask for any verification. But then later, if the Israeli Defense Force says, can you give us some time to verify it? We have to go over some things. And then they say, we don't think it's us. Like, can you give me any pictures? Can you prove it? Like, look, you didn't ask a terrorist organization to prove anything. But when it came to another side, and I think Destiny pointed that out, they need pictures for everything. They need proof. The intelligence that they gave later in terms of like an audio thing, which like, look, I can appreciate you have audio between person 1 and person 2, may not like be credible for people on the internet, but like this is intelligence that you're getting from an army, so take it as it is. And everyone's like double checking. Oh, sorry, let me paint a picture in another way.
Mm-hmm.
Sky News said, and by the way, all the online stuff that said was like edited in real time, like Israel airstrike on hospital, then like 2 hours later, bombing in hospital, but Israel denies it. Then like 12 hours later, it's just like keeps changing. But the thing that upset me the most is Sky News was saying Israel had like killed 500 in an airstrike, and then and basically there's information from Hamas, and then like 12 hours later, they're showing the audio of what the Israeli Defense Force gave them, were 2 people on the Hamas side saying it's not Israel, it's on our side, but the Sky News saying we cannot confirm this audio. Like, well, you couldn't confirm the first one either.
Yeah, that's the problem that I have when I'm like looking at all of this, because it feels like Israel definitely has a vested interest in like making sure that nobody thinks that they're killing a bunch of innocent Palestinians, right? Which is one reason why I think even openly Antony Blinken from the U.S., our Secretary of State, said like Israel needs people to stay on its side, so it really needs to not kill a bunch of civilians. I think that if the U.S. government is so concerned about Israel's optics that they're saying, hey, don't target civilians, or, you know, let's find a way to reduce the number of civilian casualties to its absolute minimum, right? And seemingly
it's not even like that. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine a command room with a bunch of like senior army people and like people manning terminals and whatnot. You have literal lawyers in the room, like international law lawyers, and people are referring to them. Is this okay? Is this not okay? Should we do this? Should we do that? All activity. This is how they did the research. This is how they did the research on their end. All activity is monitored. All operations are monitored. Everything is recorded. Everything is like there's drones of Gaza at night and whatnot. So when the IDF did the research, they have all this data to go over. So for example, if they say let us verify if we did something in the area, they're actually verifying if a plane flew by, if there was an operation flew by, and they have everything there. So it's very systematic. It's very organized. It's very.
I mean, I can
legally minded.
I probably agree with everything that you're saying. Like, I don't have any reason to doubt that Israel has the capability to fact check and like find who is responsible. But they also, like, you can't deny it that they have an incentive. Even if it was an accident, right? Even if like a missile was, malfunctioning, or if they, thought that everyone had cleared out from there, or whatever the case is, right? Even if it's an accident, they have a very strong incentive to lie about like intelligence that they gathered, to fabricate stuff. Like, so all I can do, like, even if I like mostly like trust the Israeli government to say something at least mostly true, right? Like the same that I have with the U.S. is still better for me to have some other country, even if they're allied with Israel, right? It's better for me to have some third party come in and say, hey, we actually have intelligence on this too, and it does seem like Hamas dropped that fucking bomb, because then it leads to the credibility.
I would say 2 points. I think on the first point, I think they have an incentive to tell the truth, because if they lose, if let's say they made a mistake, if they admit that it's a mistake, at least they retain that perception of integrity. That they say, okay, we admit we made a mistake. I don't know what, but let's say they made a mistake and we admit we made a mistake, so they'll be believed next time. And we, they have made a mistake in the past and they've apologized, they've compensated people, not even in the case of Palestinians. But the second thing is, there is actually, I mean, from my point of view, there is actually a lot of information from online sources, and we could technically, the army could produce some information. We can find some information on the internet. We can find some information from other reporters. We don't actually need news outlets to gatekeep this information. We have a lot more we have a lot of information on Twitter that we can get. Obviously, there's people spreading crap, and obviously people are pushing a narrative, but we're not forced to use these institutions. We are able to get some information on our own, even if it's incomplete. But if they supplement this with what they have, then we can get a pretty complete picture.
I super disagree with that. Okay, I don't agree that. I think that I wouldn't believe it if it was like one news outlet that was giving us all the information, right? But having like a bunch of like even mainstream media sources out there that are willing to, dive in and confirm things if we have other governments that are going out and confirming things. That leads to the credibility way more than literally anybody on the internet, unless they have credentials in like forensic fucking munition analysis. Like that's something that I would trust.
We have combat people on the internet, people who know that this is what they do.
Yeah, but I know people who were in the infantry that could tell me that it was a fucking Hamas missile, and I don't think that they're like, you only need like an IQ of 80 to get into the fucking infantry in the army in the US. Okay, so just because someone has seen a bomb, just because you've seen a bomb, it doesn't mean you know what the bomb is.
So you have so I appreciate that. I think what you're not saying is that that there are a lot of people who try to put propaganda and spread misinformation. And it's better to have some sort of institution that says we've gone over this material and we've concluded X and you should trust us. But I think if you think about it, like these news outlets failed miserably, failed really badly, and Twitter, with all its faults, and it has plenty, was able to get better information on this breaking news than the news outlets. But with regards to like bombs and stuff, like if you see the video, people can find data now that the fog of war is lifted slightly. They can find pictures, they can find data. They'll get data from, let's say, the IDF, and then they'll get data from Twitter, and then they'll get data from MSNBC, and then they'll get data from Reuters and Jordan, and they'll put it together, and they'll walk through, and they said, this is likely, this is extremely unlikely, this is ridiculous. And they'll show you, and they'll say, from my experience as someone who's been in the army and is familiar with this is roughly what's going on.
I mean, like, this isn't, to be like ultra clear, I wouldn't immediately discount out of hand someone just because they're not part of like an institution, right? Like I've most of the information that I know about the bombing over there does come from people on Twitter, does come from people who claim to be like combat experts and shit like that. Like I'll take all of those pieces of information into account, right? In order to like form my initial opinion. But
me too. I just think it's exciting.
Yeah, no, of course it is. I mean, like when we were like going over January 6th as like, minute by minute, when we were watching shit with COVID, shit with the election minute by minute in 2020. There have been the Ukraine war, the initial the initial invasion, the first like week, like watching it minute by minute was very exciting. And there were people that were giving really good information. And at that time, I think that I was a little less skeptical for some of the things that people were saying. And because I was not as skeptical as I am now, it just led to me not even necessarily looking like an idiot, but feeling like an idiot for having believed some things that were definitely plausible, but unconfirmed, and then talking about them on stream. So like that's like where I'm coming from. Like the idea that
that's fine, man. Just saying, look, I was slightly inexperienced. I learned from my experience.
Exactly.
And I will do better in the future. That's fine.
Yeah, and I mean, like that's what I did. But I'm just saying for like how I'm forming my opinion now. I'm more on the side that it seems like it was probably Hamas. If it was an Israel missile, even if it was malfunctioning and it went off course, right? It would have left a pretty big explosion. It would have left a fucking crater, right? They have really good missiles over there in Israel, right?
Well, those missiles are supposed to take down a building.
Yeah, exactly.
The whole car park would have been a crater.
Yeah, I don't think that we would see burnt out cars. Like I've seen pictures and videos of other parts of Gaza where like an Israeli missile hit and like the cars are flipped upside down. They don't have doors on them anymore. Like they're just like completely pulverized. There's barely any identifiable marks to tell what brand it was, And so like at that point, like I'm pretty confident that one was an Israeli missile. But when it comes to like this, like tiny, like I couldn't fit my dick inside of this tiny little hole in the ground. Like it's just like such a nothing explosion, like in terms of like the explosive power to where it's not even leaving that big of a crater. I'm more likely to say it was probably some sort of Hamas missile or something that was on the ground, like a car bomb or something that was intentionally set up to look like it was Israeli to make people upset at Israel. But I can't say with any certainty on that, is all I'm saying. That's my caveat.
Some people said that the crater itself is smaller than the JDAM missile.
Yeah, I've seen people say that as well, which is like another reason to think, it's probably not a JDAM missile.
However, let's delve into like the really murky stuff now. There was a press conference at the hospital, and there was some pictures of bodies on grass. And by the way, green grass, not burnt grass. Where did those bodies come from?
I think someone linked me that video. It was a video of it.
So let's just take the press briefing at the hospital where they literally had bodies next to the podium and a person holding a dead baby leaning against the podium on the floor at that Gazan hospital. Looking at the next day, looking at the cars, and let's assume worst case scenario there were people actually living next to the car park, like because they're fleeing the north, and they're not supposed to actually be there. They're supposed to flee further south. But let's just say,
well, let's be fair to them. Hamas did set up roadblocks to prevent anyone from leaving.
Okay, maybe, yeah, sure. So let's say there's some people like waiting outside on the grass, and the bomb, let's say just the explosion and the air
pressure and
explosion makes like the air
fragmentation of the
air
bomb
and stuff like that. Let's say it did something, but it's still the 500 or the 47 something estimate of dead. That is pretty high. Is it like actually high, or is it like they just got all the dead people in that morgue in that hospital and just said this is from the bombing and not just from the last 2 weeks or something? Because it's a bit much. Some people have said that like that bomb, the 10 kilograms worth of TNT, we're talking about 15 to 50 dead. Like from 15 is like a likely, 50 is like the highest one. Maybe the fire made it maybe worse. Maybe the air itself made it a bit worse. Maybe there was shrapnel in there that made it worse. But 500 bodies is like super.
That's
super
a
high.
lot of people. Yeah, I'm trying to look right now to see if anyone has updated numbers on that. Let me see here. Killing hundreds of people.
Yeah, they have comparisons of like bombs dropped in other countries and how many people died. Like they dropped a JDAM in like an open market, and that was 500 people. But you see that it's like streets of open market.
What do you think of, like, moving off of this slightly?
Okay.
What do you think of Israel opening up aid to the southern part of Gaza, where the civilians that were able to evacuate did evacuate to?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not.
Like you don't have to like say like whether it will have good impact or bad impact. Yeah, you're not against it. Okay, that's what I was asking. Yeah,
I'm not against it. I think my concern. So in general, I don't think that the whole thing is super effective, or the whole way that the IDF is going about it is super effective. Because let's say you're trying to catch terrorists, how exactly are you telling? If you're notifying them, you have 30 minutes to leave. If you're notifying the civilians, you have 30 minutes to leave. The terrorists can leave in 30 minutes as well. Those rockets you can carry them. So,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, if you have like if it's the case that you have terrorist infrastructure and you have factories and they're making weapons in it, then yeah, that cannot be moved very easily and that will be destroyed. But if you're telling people to move, then the terrorists will move with them. If they're crossing the Egyptian border, that's it. The terrorists and perhaps hostages have already left to Egypt.
Yeah, I've heard that there's concern about that. Yeah.
So they're already like crippling themselves in a lot of like possible ways they could have captured more terrorists. And like, yeah, I'm appreciating that There are always innocent civilians amongst them because they're using human shields, but I already think the strategy is ineffective. So if you're already like being extremely careful not to harm civilians as your primary goal and catch terrorists as your secondary goal, then you may as well send aid.
Yeah. I think that what the U.S. has been saying to Israel, like, you have to like maintain support, right? Even if you are doing this purely just because you say fuck Hamas, we're going to not allow any aid into into Gaza, we're going to cut off their water, we're going to cut off their internet, et cetera, et cetera. Like,
okay, let me actually talk about that because there's a lot of misinformation about that. So, in Gaza, you do have power stations, you do have aquifers, and you do have desalination plants. Israel provided 45% of the electricity to Gaza, so they have obviously less, but they do have it. And with regards to water, that was like a very minimal amount. It was only like 6% to 10% of water. Now, from a principal point of view, I consider feeding. So it's three things. Sorry, it's free electricity, free water, and free medical attention. I'm of the opinion of the moral principle that it's morally abhorrent to give free things to people who want to kill you. What is your opinion?
I would say that I don't think it's morally abhorrent. I would say that again, like, you might be of the opinion that it's all of Palestinians. The more that I've read into this, it seems like these.
That's also another topic. Like, is it individuals or is it a nation? But let's just say.
Well, I'd say that there is a large group within the quote unquote nation or area of Gaza, right, that has some support, but doesn't seem to have nearly as much support as people want to make it out to be. It seems to be that across all of Palestinians living in the West Bank and in Gaza, it's about 15%, right? 15.
I'm not clear on the point you're making. So.
Oh, I'm saying that like the majority of people in Palestinian areas do not support Hamas. Don't see them as their primary like means of liberation or anything like that. They might not condemn them all at the same in the same way that we would, but they, like, when they're talking about like paths forward for, you know, peace going into the future, like only like 15% of Palestinians say Hamas is the guys for us, right? Like that's the way that we should be going forward.
Okay, so I'm gonna indulge in a conversation and I don't really like to because I don't see the point of it very much, but I'll explain.
Well, I can tell you what the point is, right? And
I understand what the point is because I have like a larger view of it, and if I'm wrong, then correct me. But
sure.
Specifically just with regards to polls, I'll answer the empirical stuff first. Hamas is extremely popular in Gaza right now. Even the protests for Hamas in Gaza, and let's say 2 weeks ago, if you did an election, because they haven't had it in a while, if you did an elections, and bear in mind it's only Hamas and Fatah that can apply for the elections, they would have chosen Hamas because Hamas is like, well, we do terrorist activities, which a lot of people do like. They like the Hamas is in effect the Palestinian liberation movement. There is no other group that does it. There are some small, tiny groups in the wings looking for the comeuppance, see if they can make like a terrorist attack and get some street cred with the Palestinians. But in general, you're looking at two groups, Hamas and Fatah. Fatah are corrupt, Hamas are corrupt. But Hamas are corrupt and effective. Fatah are corrupt and they take the money and go somewhere else with it. They fly to Jordan. They have like 5-star hotels. Hamas also has that, but they just get shit done. So if there was an election between those two options, they would have chosen for Hamas. And by the way, if there was an election in the West Bank, good chance that Hamas would have won as well.
My understanding is that Hamas is even less positively looked upon in the West Bank than in Gaza, that their support in the West Bank is lower. But
it is lower. But the reason why Fatah hasn't had democratic elections in that area for 19 years We have a joke that Mahmoud Abbas is serving the 19th year of his four-year term.
Yeah.
So
They
if
basically
they had
did like a
election
mini like pseudo civil war after the elections in 2006. Yeah.
in Gaza, but
Yeah.
if he allows an elections in the West Bank, he may lose it. Then he may win it, but it's not obvious.
Yeah. Now here's the point that I was trying to make with the polling question, right? Like when it comes to like people talk about collective punishment, and to a certain degree, I would have to think about like in detail, and I would have to have way more information to know what the actual goal or what the end state of the complete blockade of supplies into Gaza would be, right? Like you say that they have
let me present it in two ways. So let's just forget the polls for 1 sec. One of the ways, just forget the poll for 1 second and say, look, it is immoral to support people who are actively trying to kill you. So let's say not all people, but within that group, some group are trying to kill you, and you're supporting them. And I would say that's immoral. That's one side. And on the other side, we have to have a discussion on, is there such a thing as a nation? Or are we just individuals and there's some sort of... I'm not trying to be like a nationalist.
No, I understand what you're saying.
Is it the case that we're just all individuals and we happen to go to election once in a while? Or is the thing that there is such a thing as a nation, and when a nation attacks another nation, then they go to war, and obviously, the majority of the people that get hurt in war are innocent. Obviously, that this is clear on both sides. And but is it the case? So I'm just focusing on the first example, where it's just morally abhorrent to help people who are actively trying to kill you.
So this is the distinction that I keep on making to like the crazy lefties that are supporting Hamas, right? Like we have to distinguish between what we consider to be combatants and non-combatants, right?
Well, I can't. Let me give you a concrete example.
Well, I just want to point out super quick the arguments that you're making about like you can't distinguish between the combatants and non-combatants. Like this is the same argument that people on the like crazy left who are supporting Hamas are saying, right? Like there are no civilian or non-combatants in Israel because they all are forced to work for the IDF.
Yeah, but I'm not saying to kill them. I'm just saying there's a group of people within that group there are people actively trying to kill you. Then just don't help them. I'm not saying massacre them or just kill them indiscriminately. I'm just saying you providing them free stuff is morally abhorrent. And I'll give you a use case. So the current leader of Hamas, the one that's inside the Gaza Strip, not the old leader that's a billionaire living in Qatar, the current one, he had cancer. Yeah, at some point he got cancer treatment for free, life-saving cancer treatment for free in Israel. So just imagine, if Israel didn't give him free healthcare, he would have died, and he would not have carried out the attack of 1,300 people. Now, just look from the Israelis' point of view. Why would you do that? This just doesn't make sense.
See, but like, here's where like the distinction is that I'm talking about, right? Someone that is like the head of government or part of a governmental institution that's not like, social services or, water desalination or something like that. Like some part of governmental organization that is active in the war effort. I say those people are probably all still combatants, or valid military targets rather. Right, like if you're part of the War Department, right, of Gaza, right, and you're a paralegal, well, you're in the War Department building, motherfucker, and so you're at risk for being struck by a JDAM. But like, let's say there's a Hamas fighter 6 stories above you in your building, right? And you just sell, I don't know, shish kebab on the side of the fucking street. You don't really like partake. Like maybe you did really hate Israel because like of the mutual hate that everyone seems to have for each other over there, right? But you've never actively participated in it. You've never taken up arms, right? Maybe you support Hamas because like they killed your cousin or something, but you've never actually like taken up arms against Israel. Is that person still a combatant to you? Should that person?
No, I'm not talking about combatants. I'm talking about why should we give them free water, electricity, and medical attention?
Oh,
That's
sure.
all I'm talking
So
about.
here's the answer to that. The reason that I feel Israel is obligated in some way to give some humanitarian aid, at least enough that is like subsistence for the people there that have been displaced. Because number one, they're blowing up all their houses. Number two, Gaza has
before
Gaza was still almost entirely reliant on Israel to have approval of shipments into and out of Gaza. Israel essentially controlled their trade, and this is something that I do know now that is absolutely true. Israel had a outsized influence in the imports and exports of Gaza, right?
I'm confused here. I'm just on the point of giving people free water, electricity, and medical attention.
Because it's basically one giant long city, right?
Yeah.
There's not much room for you to grow any food there, right?
Is that, okay, just let's stick on that point. Why is that Israel's problem?
Why is that Israel's problem? Because
Correct.
Israel is the one that is in charge of their trade.
Did they not? Yeah, but they can grow stuff on their own, and they're still
not enough to feed 3 million people.
It is, but is it Israel's problem? They asked to go back to 1967's borders. Israel did.
I would say it wouldn't have been.
Israel
Yeah,
did.
I understand your point. I would say it wouldn't be Israel's problem if they didn't control all of the imports and exports. If Gaza had free trade and they had the ability to, make trade agreements so that they could import, their own food rather than having to get permission from the Israeli government for that, right? Same thing with fuel. Same thing with, extra supplies of water. Like if Israel didn't make it their business to actively monitor and control that. And I understand the arguments for why they did it, right? But if they hadn't done that, then they wouldn't have an obligation at all to.
I would say this. So you're saying this is a practical argument. So I'd answer the.
No, I would say it's also
argument.
a moral argument. Like
I don't see the moral argument at all. The practical argument would be that Israel is boxing them in or something. I mean, look, if Israel is controlling trade from the side of Israel and they want to improve trade, they could have a relationship where trade is more conducive. But you still have, Gaza has 3 areas of trading: Israel, Egypt, and the sea.
Right, so but Israel has to approve of anything that they do with their shipping. That's something that I am very confident on since our last conversation.
Now they do, but even they can go fishing. There's a certain amount of fish they can get from the sea and stuff like that. If, for example, there was a relationship between 2 nations, say, look, we want to have trade, and Israel would be like, fine, sounds good, we want to have trade, but you can't have weapons. We're like, okay, sure. There's customs in every country, like they verify stuff that comes into the country. That's not unusual, and I don't exactly see how this is relevant, particularly for food or stuff like that, because when Israel left Gaza, they had a very sophisticated hydroponics there. They could grow a lot of food. In fact, in Gaza and outside Gaza, there's only agriculture. Only agriculture. All the towns around it, they only deal in agriculture, and they did when they were inside Gaza as well. So they have all this infrastructure for making food. They can bring in food. They can bring in aid from the European Union and whatnot. This is less of an issue. I'm just asking, why is Israel obligated? If you're saying otherwise they'll starve, I say, well, you've been there for 17 years. Make it so people don't starve. That they have a government there. That's their job.
I'm just going based off of the information that I've read from.
So you're saying they're incompetent to make their own food, therefore Israel is obligated.
Well, I don't know about the farming industry of Gaza, okay? But I can imagine that in order to feed that many people, I don't think that you can do it in that small of a plot of land.
Okay, so if Israel was running out of food, is Jordan morally obligated to give Israel food because Israel is running out?
Is Jordan have to give the go ahead on
Well, it's
any
its
of
neighbor.
do they have to give the go ahead for any of Israel's trade?
I'm sure some trade goes back and forth between Israel and Jordan.
Some, but not all.
Sure, but is Jordan, if Israel runs out of food, is Jordan morally obligated to give Israel food and water and electricity?
No, again, like I said, the only reason I think that Israel is obligated in some way to allow humanitarian aid in is because
I'm talking about. I'm just talking. Forget the humanitarian. Just the.
Well, when I say humanitarian aid, I'm talking about food. I'm talking about water. Stuff like that, and then probably fuel so that hospital generators can be turned on. Like that's what I mean by humanitarian aid.
I mean in outside the theater of war that we have at the moment, day-to-day life. Is Israel obligated to do these things? I don't think it is, and I think that the people of Israel are looking at said, look, we've been giving them all free stuff. But bear in mind, the first thing that happened in this conflict was they shut those off, not because they're trying to starve the people of Gaza, just because they don't want to give them free stuff. It's morally abhorrent to do that. Gaza already grows its own food to an extent. They can, at the time at least, the Egypt border was open. They definitely have their own aquifers. They definitely have their own power plants. They definitely have desalination that the European Union paid for.
Okay, so I would agree they do have desalination plants, but Hamas, being the bastards that they are, dug up the pipes and used that for munitions.
That's not Israel's problem.
That is not Israel's problem. Israel's problem is that they do control who is allowed to trade with Gaza. They monitor shipments. It's borders and shit that goes into and out of Gaza. They heavily monitor everything that comes into and out of Gaza, right?
You're saying this in the context of for weapons, right?
No, I'm saying this in concept of any trade whatsoever, because there
for
might
weapons,
be,
right?
Well, yes, they'll be screening for weapons and stuff like that.
Okay.
And so when you're heavily monitoring and you have the yes or no on basically any shipment that goes in or out of Gaza, right? Fuel, food, anything, right? And you say, okay, well, we're going to be providing what percentage of food? I wonder if we can find this easily on the fly. What percent?
So okay, so is this even an argument? Was Israel preventing this in the past? I mean, obviously, like it was checking for weapons and it was trying to prevent weapons specifically, but was it blocking basic necessities from coming into Gaza? Was that the case?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question? I was typing something.
It is the point that you're raising even an issue. Was it the case that Israel was blocking very needed necessities into Gaza? Obviously, they were blocking for weapons, we can both agree, but were they even abusing this in some way? Were they harming Gaza in some way, or did you just let the flow of stuff more or less go back and forth?
My understanding is that the majority of food that went into Gaza was traded with Israel, and that they weren't able to secure.
Sold to Israel?
No, they were consuming food items from Israel. That's my understanding, right?
Okay,
that's why I'm trying to see right here is like what percentage of the food. Yeah, go ahead.
Is it basic necessities or is it luxury stuff?
I would assume that when we're talking about the fact that people are now worried that there's going to be a mass starvation in Gaza, that it was probably necessities.
Let's assume that this is heavily exaggerated to gain sympathy from abroad, because it's been 12 days. No one's like, there isn't like, skeletons in the street or anything. Otherwise, I can be sure it will be televised.
1 second. Let me say this to the guy in the chat. The first link in the description is going to be a donation link that if you like me, if you think that I'm cool, if you want to help me afford food or food for my cats, that's that link. The other links below that, the Discord link, is the one that you'll use to join into a voice call with me. You shouldn't have to pay for anything for that. Okay. So you're asking one more time, essentially?
I'm asking.
Yeah,
no, I can appreciate that food went in from Israel to Gaza. I'm not sure if it's the case, if it's like a mix of like, nice luxury biscuits and chocolate and stuff like that, or was it like basic necessities? It could be the case that they were importing some food which is fine. They can pay for food, outside and bring it in. I have no issues with that. I'm just talking about free stuff.
Free stuff. I'm not talking about free stuff here. I'm talking about like literal, like just trade. The amount of food that they're able to get on a regular basis.
I have no issue with trade.
Well, Israel seems to, because they limit the amount of trading partners that are able to send supplies, or I say supplies, and that implies that it's free to send any kind of shipment into Gaza. The amount of either organizations or countries that are allowed to trade with them is like severely limited, where they might be able to.
Is the reason?
Probably security concerns is probably what they will cite, right? But even if that's the case, that still means that Israel is responsible for some high percentage. I'm trying to find right now what the percent.
Even in this case, the whole problem is the need to be secure because the Gazans have proved that they cause terrorist attack. Even the border itself is there to prevent terrorists from coming in.
Yeah, I understand that, and I would agree that there is a legitimate security concern when it comes to Hamas going into Israel, right, or getting bombs from Iran. Don't get it twisted, right? But like, I finally just found a stat that's relevant here, right? The World Food Program estimates that in normal times, more than 60% of Gaza's population faces food insecurity, right?
Okay.
If we're going to
That's not
take
starvation.
That is like brink of starvation. 60%. That is.
You have Americans that are facing food insecurity as well. Food insecurity is a different term.
Sure, that means that we don't know where the next meal is coming from, and if Israel is now going to shut off, all trade and all shipments into Gaza, if already 60% of the population is facing food insecurity, can we not then intuit that after all trade, all fucking humanitarian shipments is cut off, that now is going to lead to probable starvation if something isn't agreed upon?
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, from what you're presenting it, potentially. But again, I'm talking about I'm not talking about trade. I'm not talking about the movement of food and water. I'm not talking about the movement of importing food or importing stuff that isn't weapons, which I have no issue with. They can do it as much as they want. I just have an issue with the water, electricity, and medical attention. Why should Israel give free medical attention to people in Gaza?
So if we're going to talk in practical terms, honestly,
no, moral. Don't talk in practical.
Sure.
Moral terms.
In moral terms, I would say that a government that is engaging in some sort of violent clash with another group, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they're going to recognize that there will be civilians caught in that crossfire, right? And Israel is inevitably going to be responsible for some civilian casualties or the poverty that comes afterwards.
Did you just say Israel is responsible for civilian casualties?
I mean, inevitably, there's going to be civilian casualties that will be.
You said they're responsible for it.
Okay, we're getting caught up on definitions. When I say responsible, I mean Israel is going to kill civilians, right? Now, we can say that it's Hamas that is responsible for those deaths, and to a certain degree, I agree with that, right? And I don't think that Israel will ever be able to reduce it down to zero, right? Like, obviously. What I'm saying is, if you're going to, put boots on the ground, you're going to start launching missiles, you're going to cut off all food access, all water access, because we know that that Hamas has fucked over the people of Palestine.
Sondsol, just look, forget now. I guess I'm not communicating this very well. well, we don't have a war, right? Imagine we didn't have a war. We're just talking about daily life, right? People coming in and out of the border, getting a job in Israel, coming back with some money, food's coming back and forth. Why should Israel give free stuff, free water?
You're just talking about in general?
Yes. Because my point is that I'm
now.
saying this is morally abhorrent.
Um,
And I gave the example of giving free medical attention to the leader of Hamas. He would be dead if they didn't give him cancer treatment.
Yeah, which is why I said that I don't think that I would agree with giving medical attention to just like anyone. I would say that it's
we don't know. Let's say we knew for him, but let's say we give medical attention to someone. 5 years later, he commits a terrorist attack.
Well, I mean, that's a bad argument because we have no clue. We can't look into the future and assume that someone's going to do something bad in the future. If that was the case, then like I would say we should never give anyone any medical care in the United States because there's the possibility in 10 years that they'll become a serial killer. Yeah.
But you not give them at all, not trade with. I'm not saying not trade with them at all. I'm just saying why are we supporting people in the sense that not supporting with trade, but supporting, although that is a form of support, I could say, but supporting, giving them stuff for free, giving them free medical attention.
Yeah, because I think that like judging people by their affiliations is valid to a point, right? But I don't think that being governed by or being in the vicinity of a group that is doing immoral things automatically should preclude you from having, the benefit of the doubt towards your participation in those things. So let's just say
that Israel should not give free stuff to anyone in that region because of perhaps maybe a minority of, but that group of people as a whole caused issues to them, or has historically caused issues to them, and they should not support people who would then later kill them, because from a moral standpoint, let's say take it from the point of view of the people of Israel, you're essentially committing suicide. You're paying money to someone who's stabbing you with a small knife in the leg.
Yeah, and I understand that, which is what makes this such a difficult thing, because I understand from your point of view, like, who is this, American fucking dude who's gonna fucking start telling Israelis who they should and shouldn't be sending food to when they're literally fucking trying to kill us all, right? 100% understood. Yeah, and I understand the perspective that you're saying. These people, the Gaza Strip has historically and currently been a breeding ground for terrorism, and because they are a breeding ground for terrorism, the more support that we give to them, the more likely it is that those people will be able to build up stronger in the future and attack us again. Yeah, I 100% understand that. But again, just like I would never...
it's unpalatable.
Yeah. But just because something is unpalatable doesn't mean that it's the morally correct thing to do. I think that when if I was to take your line of reasoning, I wouldn't be able to argue against the lefties that say that, oh, well, these people, they live in a country that does do harm to Palestinians, whether you think it's justified in every case or not is irrelevant. They do harm to Palestinian people, right? There are Palestinians that die in rocket strikes as a result of, these other terrorist groups being in their vicinity and using them as human shields. You can say that's not Israel's responsibility, and maybe it's not. But from the perspective of someone who just had their kid killed, maybe Israel does hold some responsibility there. And so, while I understand 100%, the deep dissatisfaction you might feel with giving any aid to people who are in the vicinity of these terrorist groups, who are possible future, initiates into the whole terrorist organization, right? These things are only possibilities, right? And
look, I would say I'm not sure I would base an argument. I'm a little bit tongue in cheek here, but I'm not sure I would base an argument on what lefties think or what I should, and I should do the opposite. But let's think about it rationally for a second. You tell me what you think. So let's just look at Israel and Gaza as just like two blobs. What would be the motivation for Gaza to attack Israel, to cause terrorist activities in Israel as a blob? Forget individuals for a second.
As a blob, Gaza has no incentive as a whole to attack Israel.
In general, why do you think they do it? Why do you think they carry out terror attacks?
I would say now I have to look at the individuals because I don't think that as a blob, Gaza, I think that there are individual, or I can't say just individuals because it's a large group. Hamas isn't small by any means, right? There is a large group of people in there that wield a lot of power that are using that power to in roundabout ways. Like you think about recruiting for the U.S. Army, and it's like, oh, well, we have all these benefits that you get for joining the Army, right? There's prestige, there's job opportunities, you get college, etc. But when it comes to Hamas, like, what is the incentive for joining Hamas? Well, ideological. There's going to be revenge-based joining. Like, oh, you killed my child, or oh, you killed my wife, et cetera, et cetera. There's going to be shit like that. I think that part of the play here is them, on one hand, they're trying to slow down any kind of peace talks or, normalization of relations with places like Saudi Arabia, right? On another hand, they're trying...
How does this benefit them?
How does this benefit Hamas? Well, on one hand, they're creating a humanitarian crisis that will lead to more initiates. On another hand, they're forcing Israel... hold on. I just want to... this is probably the only strong reasoning I can think of. They also are forcing Israel into a position where they kind of have to respond militarily, which will lead to civilian casualties, which will look bad on an international stage, meaning that more Arab nations that otherwise would normalize relations with Israel are less likely to now.
Okay. So let me just add some more context for you of the region. So Hamas isn't short on initiates. Hamas literally has too many applications. They actually do have applications for people to do terrorist activities, including suicide bombers, by the way. And
do they have like a job application on their website?
They
or
have
something?
applications. I'm not kidding. They have applications.
Bro, send me those job applications.
They literally choose the best and the brightest. I'm not even. There's been studies about this. I'm not even joking. They choose people who are above average academic achievements and people who are above average economically. They basically choose the best and the brightest from their application pool. It's not the case that here in the UK we say something. Whenever you do something that's like a recruitment officer for Hamas. No, they have plenty of people already willing to join. And
right, but I was pointing towards the reasons why they would be willing to join in the first place.
I'll get to that, but before I get to that particular reason, I'll explain the thing with if and it's just important for the context. If Hamas does a terrorist activity, that is the core reason. But the aftermath of that, or the follow up of that, where they go back into Gaza, hide behind people, and then they have a situation where any sort of military activity would hurt civilians, and then they go, no, they're hurting us. This is what we call lawfare, or like law and warfare together. And their idea is this is the sole purpose of it. The idea is to get the international community to cease Israeli military operations in Gaza. So basically, they do the terrorist activity. They go back into Gaza, and the more successful they are in getting the international community to stop military operations, the more they save their infrastructure. It doesn't matter how many people die; that's irrelevant. The more successful they are at activating the international community, the more of the stuff that they save, the less successful they are, the more of the terrorist infrastructure they lose, and it takes them more years to build it back up. So why do I think they'll doing this stuff, it's because basically we're talking about fundamentalist Islamist. I'm not sure if you're aware of the mentality of the region, but it's very much to do with this life is not important. When you die, that's when the real life begins, and you better have lived a dutiful, honorful life, or else. And there's very much like a mentality around martyrdom. There's very much a mentality about sacrificing yourself for a greater cause, like if let's say hundreds and thousands, if not millions of Palestinians needs to die, but the end result of that death is that all Israelis, all Jews leave Israel. That's fine. Even if you do a pretend democratic vote, they'll all agree to do it.
I don't know if 100% would, but like this is how I view the like regional conflict that we're talking about. I agree with everything that you said, at least in part, right? Yes, there is a culture there of like, martyrdom, of this life isn't the only thing that is or is even the most important one. Yeah, I agree with all that. But on the other side of things, there are legitimately Israelis who would take that same deal. They would say like, yeah, I'll take killing all the Palestinians as long as they're off of Israeli land, which is from the river to the sea, right? I would take that, right?
So I would say that I would say two things. I think Jewish people value life more, but let's just say that there's fundamentalist religious people on the Jewish side. We're still talking about a small group, not the actual culture itself.
I mean, the fundamentalists are the ones that have been twisting Netanyahu's arm to support more settlements,
Sure.
right?
That's
like
disagree.
especially the
Not
group
gonna
I'm talking
disagree.
about. And I don't even think that they're I know that they're not the majority. There have been protests around them for the past year or so, right? So like, yeah, obviously it's not
Right, so-
like they're the only group or even the majority group of Israelis, right? But
so the thing with Parliament, and this could be very, very wrong because I haven't lived in Israel for a while and I could get this very wrong. The reason why the government is more right wing is simply because the failure of the left and the center to have any credible anything credible to offer the Israeli public in terms of security. I mean, in terms of like,
but then the right wing has
women's
been
rights and-
wholly unwilling to like budge on any kind of peace deal.
No,
When the Palestinians finally came to the table in like the 90s forward, it was the hardcore right wingers that were saying no to all of the peace accords.
No.
Also, we're gonna have to do like 3 more minutes because there's
unfortunately
another guy
not.
waiting to jump in.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
But do you want me to answer or should I?
Yeah, go ahead and answer. I'll let you have the final word.
And so unfortunately not. We had two in 2000 and 2008. We had two left-wing prime ministers that offered ridiculous amounts of promises. Basically, in the 2001, in the Clinton one,
Mhm.
Ehud Barak went in, and Bill Clinton had like a list of points that he wanted. Like you could even say some are reasonable, some was like wish list.
Mhm.
That he wanted both sides, which was Ehud Barak and Yasser Arafat to agree on. Ehud Barak agreed to all the points, every one of them. This would never have worked in Israel. Israelis heard this. The Israelis were willing to do some. There was still like a thing of land for peace in the air. Maybe it will work. And they would agree for some things, but definitely not all the things he agreed to. And Arafat walked away from that. And then we had the Intifada. In 2008, same thing. Ehud Olmert, I didn't pay attention to this. I could get this wrong. I was very aware of the 2001. In 2008, Ehud Olmert offered even more than the 2001, and Mahmoud Abbas walked away. There is none of the Palestinian representatives ever wanted any sort of peace agreement with Israel. Not in
Okay,
1948.
yeah, not obviously not in 1948, but
not in 2000, not in 2008. There have been several occasions. The Oslo Accords was the closest one, and that was pretty much unilateral. The leaving Gaza was unilateral. That wasn't with a peace agreement.
Yeah, but arguably them leaving unilaterally is what gained Hamas so much support, because they were able to claim,
so
hey,
it doesn't work clearly.
Well, yeah, unilateral decisions to leave can embolden terrorist organizations. Who would have guessed that?
No. If you leave, if the theory was, we just want to go back to 1967 borders and then there'll be peace.
I am
certain,
the
Gaza experiment.
beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there were since the year 2000 agreements that returned to the 1967 borders, with some land swaps as a result of the settlements being there. I am certain that there were some where the Palestinians came to the table and Israel and the more right-wing government said
Name
no.
one.
I need to. That's what I was about to say. Now, I'm not so read up on the entirety of Israeli history that I know which of the leaders were involved or what the
well, I
terms
think it's
were.
I think it's less than a dozen, so I don't think it's too many.
Well, yeah, I don't think that it's too many. It's just that I don't know them, right? Because
Sure, but
yeah.
even if you were to research them, it's it's either exactly a dozen or less than a dozen.
Like leaders, or
no, like
peace agreements.
That they sat down and tried to work a peace agreement.
Yeah. So I mean, this is what I was about to ask. I will be streaming again tomorrow around the same time. I'll like find exactly what I'm talking about, because I read this in an article and then I was backed up by Lonerbox. He also talked about this. And so that's why I feel so confident about this claim. But maybe what I read was like super wrong, but that's my understanding.
Well, okay, so
really quick, I'll let you have the final word here, and then I'm going to drag in this other guy.
I mean, yeah, you can drag the other guy. I don't know if there is a final word, but I do think, not including the peace agreements at all, I think we need to focus on the motivations for the terror attacks. I think we all, let me just make just a general point.
Sure.
All the panels that I've seen so far streamers talk about, no one talks about Hamas. It's just assumed that no one likes Hamas, and then we talk about Israel for 99% of the panel. I think we really need to talk about the reason why Hamas does what it does.
Why don't you hit up food shops and WIC? They'll have you on.
I don't know. I did hit up food shops. Want to do something at 10 p.m. EST, which for me is like, I don't know,
giga late. Yes. Yeah, I know.
Wix I can actually do, but I don't know. He likes people who turn their webcam on. So.
Yeah. Well, you can get a VTuber avatar. Okay, you could be a hot, sexy anime girl or something. IDF anime girl. Okay. Hey, buddy. I appreciate the conversation. Let's see if we can do talk more about the peace accords tomorrow. Okay.
It's not actually a very strong point of mine, so I'm not sure. Like, I can do the 2000 one. That's one I remember.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, I'm obviously not prepared to talk about even the 2000 one. So, all right, buddy. Hey, I'll catch you later. Right?
Okay. Bye.
Bye. I'll drag him there, and I'll Picasso. Sorry.
Yeah, just call me Pio.
All right, Pio. How's it going, Pio?
I have to mute Discord first, YouTube first. Yeah, I'm fine. I've listened to your conversation, and yeah, I might be a little biased too because I'm for Israel, right?
I mean, I don't know if this is like your first time seeing my stream. Like my general take is this.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
My general take is this. I think that when we look at the history of Israel-Palestine relations, Israel does do a lot of bad things, but Israel ought to have the ability to go in and fuck Hamas up, because the terrorist attack that they did was wholly unjustifiable. Like, there were no well, actually, they did attack some military installations, but like the overwhelming majority of their attack was specifically trying to fuck up as many civilians as possible. So like, fuck Hamas. Israel should go in there, blow all of their heads off, fuck them. That's my general take right now.
I will admit, like I will agree with you, but I'm pro-Israel. It's very difficult to say, yeah, they should go in and make it like another airport or a golf course or whatever.
Oh yeah, obviously not. Yeah, because that would be bad for Israel. It would make everyone in the region hate Israel even more. So
no, the thing is, so like the guy you talked before too, right? Israel make many attempts to make peace with the surrounding countries, and the only country where it happened was Egypt, right?
Until recently, right? In I think 2019 through the current day, there have been a lot of attempts at normalizing relations. I think it happened with Qatar. I think it was about to happen with Saudi Arabia. I think that Morocco finally recognized Israel. So we were looking like we were on the path towards a more stable situation with Israel, but then Hamas decided, oh, we don't like the fact that it's stable. So
my problem with Gaza is like when Israel decided to like leave them alone, right? Israel destroyed on their own all the settlements at Gaza, the Jewish settlements, took all the Jews outside of that, right?
Yeah.
And like the guy before me told you, they provided, I would not say that they are the nicest guys, but they provide them electricity and food and stuff. And Gaza, but Gaza got also help from whole of the world, right? From Europe, USA, everybody. There was always somebody who was supporting them, and they got a lot of money, like billions of dollars of help, right? And if there are only 3 million people, and I posted it already in the chat, they should be all millionaires by now. By the government of Gaza, and I'm not saying that the people, like the poor people, let's say, or the everyday people, they didn't get any of this, right? All the government got it, and they put it in the wrong direction. They never like invested in their people or in education, or let's build some industry there and whatever, right? They just invented in bombs.
Yeah, I mean, like I agree. Like the amount of aid that's gone into Gaza, I don't think that mathematically, like 1.3 billion would go into, 3 million people and everyone be a millionaire. But that aside, I think that oh, holy shit! I lost my train of thought like mid sentence. Holy shit! We were talking about aid and the amount of aid that they've gotten. So what I'm trying to say is, so what I'm trying to say is, it sucks that Hamas is in charge, right? They haven't allowed new elections since 2006. They're obviously bad. There's obvious signs of corruption there. I don't know if that money has actually been spent on missiles or if Iran is sending them supplies pro bono because they also hate Israel. I don't know the answer to that one. I won't pretend to.
No, what I mean by that, it's the money, like I'm living in Europe, right? And there are a lot of organizations who are collecting money for Palestine. Right? Yeah. And they are sending them money. And even the US, which is officially pro-Israel, is also spending money there. Like, and all the countries, like the Arab countries, is also spending money to those guys, right? But they are still like more interested in fighting than to build up something out of it, right? of course, it's a poor country, and it doesn't have much resources and stuff, but they're investing more in the war game than they are investing in their people. And as sad as it sounds, it's not because they are like immoral or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It has something to do with Islam, right? Islam is a religion who is trying to conquer the world, and
yeah,
to be the
especially
majority.
when you look at the like Islamist or Islamist factions in the Middle East. Yeah, I think that when we look at the Israel-Palestine conflict, I think that religion is going to play into it somewhat, but I think that the overwhelming majority of the conflict comes down to the land rights. I don't think that people are intentionally, causing their city to get fucked up by Israeli bombs because they just love Muhammad so much, right? I think that the reason why they do that is because it's kind of cliche to say, but there's this whole cycle of violence that goes on, right? Hamas launches a rocket at Israel. Israel launches a rocket at Gaza, right? Fucking one Israeli gets injured and 30 Palestinians die and 80 more are injured. And that sort of trade-off can radicalize the fuck out of some people. And I think that sort of thing where they want to have full autonomy or full voting rights, I think that that's the primary, maybe, no, almost certainly the religious aspect does play into it, but I would put it like third, fourth down on the list from like the reasons why this conflict is so difficult to navigate and why it is so nigh on impossible to solve with any kind of simple solution.
Where I will agree with you on both sides, there are families who can look at their family book and say, oh, the other side killed this and this amount of people of my family.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens on both sides.
100%.
And you don't even know where it started or how far it goes in the history, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that, in my opinion, it's so Israel is interested in peace because they don't like. I mean, I was several times in Israel, and they don't even like to be at this war. They would love to have peace. They would love to have to go to the beach or whatever, but they cannot. They are constantly under, there are like hundreds or thousands of rockets are coming to Israel, whether from Gaza or from north. And thanks to the Iron Dome, they don't have the much impact on it. But it happens every day. But Israel would like, or in my opinion, would go to the borders of. You said like something about 67 or whatever. I think Israel will go back to the borders of 1948, where the two states were created, because in 1948, there were two states created, one the Jewish state and one the Palestinian state, right?
Mm.
But the Arabs didn't accept it. They wanted to have it all, started a war, blah, blah, blah. And
well, do you know what the reason for that is? Like, it wasn't just because they wanted it all. They were promised it by the British, right?
No, both sides were promised. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, that's the big fuck up of the Balfour decision was Britain was just promising everyone anything so that they would fight the Ottomans, but then
in fact, the Balfour decision declaration didn't play a role at all, because in the UN resolution, when it was voted about the Israeli state and the Palestinian state, England was the one of the two parties who didn't vote. So if you say that the Balfour Declaration has anything to play with it, they should have voted for Israel in 1948, but they didn't. So yeah, fuck the Balfour Declaration.
Well, really quick, let me, because now it's calling into question what I've learned recently. So my understanding was there was the Balfour Declaration, which was right after World War II, or I'm sorry, World War One, right?
Yeah.
And that split up, some areas for, Jewish people to create Israel, and there was spaces for Palestinians, and it was this fucked up map where there were tiny little corridors where they could kind of slip in between each other. Really stupid fucking map. 1948, obviously World War II happens. There was some kind of conflict over there, in 1948, or am I wrong?
This was the war when no. So maybe you have kind of a wrong understanding what Palestine was, because Palestine was Iraq, Syria.
Oh yeah. It was just a state of the Ottoman Empire. It was never its own country per se.
No, what I mean by that 75% of Palestine went to the Arabs immediately. The last 25% of Palestine, or what was the Roman colony, let's say, but because that's the name is coming from. So Israel, or the area where Israel is now, is the last 25%. Those 25% were shared 60% to the Arabs and 40% to the Jews, right? So it doesn't mean that the Jews got 50% or whatever percentage of this land. No, over 75% of this land, called Palestine, went to the Arabs anyway. Right?
Yeah.
So, and in 1948, this resolution of the UN didn't invoke only the Israeli state; they also invoke a Palestinian state. Right. So this was maybe the only one day where the so-called Palestinians, which because I'm biased, I would say the Jews are the Palestinians, right?
Right.
So there was one day where maybe the land of Palestine existed, right? Before that, there was no state like that.
Right.
There were no Palestinians. Or
at least in the way that they describe themselves as a nationality rather than an ethnicity, yeah.
Right. So in fact, it was invented in 1960s first. Before that, they were all Arabs or Muslims. They call themselves like that. And if you look at the Jewish community, they were calling themselves Jewish Palestinians.
Yeah.
For a long time, right? So but nevertheless, I think I don't want to this is the wrong way. I don't want to to go into
deep history.
Got first,
Yeah.
Who conquered whom, whatever, right?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it that isn't really going to be useful for solving the modern conflict. So
right. So I really would like that the people would stop to look at the history, because each one of the sides could went thousands of years back and said, "Oh, we were here," and the other say, "Oh, we were here too," blah blah blah, right? But this doesn't lead to any freedom. And I don't, or my only solution is to go back to the borders of 1948, and there'll be two-state solutions. And if everybody could accept that, I'll be happy with that. right? But now what's
unfortunately,
happening,
Israel will never accept 1948 borders. Like, I think that the best that they would ever do, if there was some world where like peace actually was achievable, which hopefully, inshallah, maybe one day it will. But I think that even the Palestinians have walked back their demands to the 1967 borders from like every peace treaty that's come out that's failed, but that's come out. Like, it seems like
but 1967 was the 6-Day War, as I can remember.
Yeah, and so it basically the lines that you'll see on a map of the West Bank in Gaza, that's like the 1967 borders. But the sticking point is now Israel has put up all of these settlements in the West Bank, so now it kind of redefines what the borders are. So in order for there to be, an acceptable, peace treaty, they'll have to do land swaps.
Yeah. So you think that? So I'm like in a different opinion. I think if Israel would have a peace treaty with Iraq, Iran, and Syria, they will move all these settlements. They will destroy them on their own, like they did in Gaza.
The problem is the scale, right? Because in Gaza, there were 8,000 settlers, and right now I think there's like 500,000 settlers in the West Bank.
Yeah, I don't think that this is... it's sad, of course, and I will be sad for those Jewish people, right? But they have to move. And I think if Israel would think that this will be the peace, they will like destroy their settlements and call them back. Because those guys who are settling there are the ultra Orthodox people.
Yeah.
Those are not the Jews. Those are the 5% of the Jews, because the Orthodox Jews are only 5%. 95% of the Jews are secular, right? So they are...
Even in Israel, I would believe that for like just in general with like Jewish people across the world, but is that the case in Israel as well? I'm taking your word on it. I have no clue.
No, the thing is, so the ultra-Orthodox, it's like those people who are like other people are thinking about them with those black hats, and stuff, right? And in fact, those guys are just Jews from Romania, from the 13th century. It's like God decided in the 13th century, this is how Jew looks like.
This is the hat that we wear. Yeah,
and the pies and stuff. So those guys are for sure only 5%.
Okay, gotcha.
Right? Most of the Jews are, because they know what they believe and how the history is, and they looked up the books and stuff, and this is how the religion works, or from my perspective, the philosophy, not the religion. So those Orthodox Jews doesn't represent the Jews. And when some Muslims say, yeah, but if they're talking to the Bible and stuff, this land was promised to the Jews, not to those Orthodox Jews, to the secular Jews, right? They don't know what they're talking about because they don't know the Jewish religion.
I think that any religious argument that people put forward, I think there's not very many arguments that I'll dismiss out of hand, but when it comes to like a religious argument for something like this, like hypercharged geopolitical issue, I'm not going to listen to anyone's like religious beliefs on it. It does not matter to me whatsoever. Like it's just not something that I care. I care about. Yeah.
Okay. And in fact, you are right about that. So what I'm interested in is in peace there, right? And I talked on some, let's say, other channels, like Free for Talk. I'm sorry to saying that, to some Palestinian, I would not say leaders or something, but they were working like in their communities, and they were pro-Palestine and stuff. And they, because they were on a small level, like not in a government level, right? Like they had like villages or where they could talk to. They agreed with me. They were also interested in peace, not in destroying. They were they were interested in having two states. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's the general understanding that I have as well, that most Palestinians still support, like they might not condemn Hamas in the strongest language that we might prefer, for obvious reasons, but they also do prefer some sort of peaceful outcome where there's two states. I've always been under the understanding that like they are mostly vying for the 1967 borders, but if things have changed and I don't know about it, again, like I'm not an expert on this.
Yeah. No, maybe you talk just to different people that I talk.
Yeah,
this might be the case, right? Because 67, it's like Israel already like conquered a lot of areas, right? So, and I mean, with Egypt, they gave it all back, right? That's why they have a peace treaty.
Yep.
So, so 1967 doesn't look for me like realistic, just because there'll be more pain on the other side. 48 seems for me quite reasonable, because before that, like before 48, there was no Jewish state, there was no Palestinian state, everything was a colony, right? And this land didn't belong to one or the other side, like simply politically and the status quo of the history, right? And yeah, so they should accept that. And if the people would accept that, I think there is a chance for peace, and there is no other way. Right? And you started the stream when I joined talking about Gaza, right? I'm very kind of sorry for the people who's living in Gaza now, that they have to do the stuff like going away, leave. Like 1 million people have to go to the south. But if you be like Israeli in the government, what would you do, right? Would you take the attack from Hamas and say like, oh, it's the usual stuff, we get 1,000 bombs a day?
Absolutely not. Yeah, see, that's the big sticking point. So my background is I started off talking about politics online as a socialist, and then as I started seeing a lot of crazy things that socialists said on the internet, I kind of moved away from that, and like now I'm seeing like the worst of the worst come out of lefties, where they're talking about how essentially there is no response that Israel could do that would ever be anything short of a genocide, even though Hamas just killed 1,300 Israelis, right? Which is fucking absurd. Israel absolutely has the right to go in there and fuck Hamas up as much as they want. And this is the thing, I don't have an answer for this, right? I ask everyone else this question. because I want to see, number one, if they have an actually reasonable answer, or if they are just ideologues. So the question is, like, what is the minimum amount of force that Israel could use in, trying to destroy Hamas that you would say is acceptable, right? What is the maximum rather? Like what could they do that you would say is acceptable? For me, the maximum would probably be, a ground incursion and some sort of long occupation while they hunted every single fucking Hamas member down. That would be the maximum. But I wouldn't include cutting off, all humanitarian aid, cutting off the ability for anybody to leave the country or the Gaza Strip, right? Like, it doesn't seem like there's a good option for them to be able to leave, even if Israel did allow it, because Egypt doesn't want them, Jordan doesn't want them. But like, yeah, it feels like the starvation of, 2 million people to hunt down Hamas seems incredibly heavy-handed and would only hurt Israel in the long run in terms of like its optics and its support around the world.
Yeah, because of the other side, Israel have nukes.
Yeah,
since 1970s or something. If they wanted to end it, they would just.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. If they really wanted to, they would just empty their stockpiles into the Gaza Strip, and it would be glass, and no one would have anything to say about it because they would already be gone. But I don't think that. I don't think that Israel is a genocidal state. It certainly has, two different legal standards for the citizens, right? Whether if you're Palestinian, you don't have as much right to move between Gaza and the West Bank, which is one of the big sticking points in any kind of peace talks. But there's that. There's no representation in the government. Those are legitimate not concerns, legitimate gripes that they have with the Israeli government.
But Gaza should be now an autonomous state, right? So they should. That's why they have their government and stuff, because the Muslims who are living in Israel, and they're 20% of Israel citizens are Muslims, right? They have their own parties, they have their own judges and courts, and stuff, and it doesn't make any problems, right?
Right, because those Arabs aren't being forced to live in the Gaza Strip. That's the whole thing is that, and I understand the Israeli point of view here. If they give, if they were to just say, listen, one state solution, we're annexing Gaza, we're annexing the West Bank, and everyone there has full voting rights. Well, now there's, the possibility that the Palestinians are going to get into power in the government and do horrible things to the Jewish population. So there is no good solution for a one state solution like that. I think that the problem comes in, and this is what I was talking to the last guy about, that Israel is highly controlling about what goes into and what comes out of Gaza, and that severely limits their ability to do free trade, to access food that isn't coming straight out of Israel, not because Israel just wants to corner the market, but because they probably feel they have a legitimate security concern when there's, Hamas agents, taking some of this aid and possibly selling the aid, or possibly, doing something with the aid that Israel or the UN doesn't want them to do,
I mean, the last guy you talked about, he was trying to say, and there's a lot of truth about that before it escalated, let's say 20 days ago, right? Israel was providing food for free, electricity for free, not to all.
They were offering aid for sure.
Yeah, okay. So they are doing that. But Arabic Emirates, like Egypt, or whatever those Arab countries, the brothers of those guys, right? They do not. It's like Egypt closed the border to Gaza. They're not letting anyone in from Gaza to Egypt.
Yeah, but the reason for that is because every time Palestinians have fled from one of these wars, those extremist groups go into those countries and then start doing terrorist activities because they're trying to gain footholds wherever they fucking can. Which is why I'm fully on board with Israel going in there and donkey stomping the fuck out of Hezbollah too, but let's hold our horses. Hamas, right? Like Hamas ruins any path forward that the Palestinian people have of, normalizing relations, getting any kind of peace agreement. Like Hamas stands in the way of that and actively undermines it, because if they accept the status quo or if they move towards normalization, then number one, they cease to exist. Number two, they cease to exist, they lose power, and they don't achieve the ultimate goal of, from the river to the sea.
Yeah, exactly.
So like the extremist groups have got to go. I don't again, when I ask people that question, it is a genuine question. What is the best optimal Israeli response to this? I don't have a fucking answer for that. It's really hard to root out an ideological fucking terror group and destroy all of them. Ask America. We tried for fucking 20 years in Afghanistan and it didn't work out very well for us. So like that's the problem that we run into is like, yeah, there are other countries that are ostensibly on Palestinian side, but they're also unwilling to provide nearly as much aid, if any, as Israel is to Gaza and the West Bank. They're also not willing to let the refugees come in, but they have legitimate reasons to, because these scum fucks who are, running the place are unwelcome house guests. They come in and they start blowing shit up and they start trying to take over governments, and that makes them not want to let the Palestinians in.
When we talk about the Palestinians, like the people who were like left the Israel area, the areas which Israel conquered after the First and the Second War, whatever, right? Those guys, when they went out of this area and went to like their brother states, they were not allowed to get a citizenship there. They were kept in camps. So they were like constantly fed with hate of Israel because of their miserable situation, right? They couldn't go back, and they were kept in camps in their brotherhood countries, right? So, and I think it was until 19, and I make a guess now, 1970 or 1980, they were not allowed to work there. After that, it's like after 50 years and being kept in some tents across the border or whatever, they were allowed. Now you can maybe get a citizenship. Before that, it was not possible for them, right? So of course, and they search for, who is our enemy? Who is guilty of that? Our Muslim brothers? Of course not. It was Israel. So Hamas and ISIS and all these organizations, and they are just living from the hate which was planted in this people for over 50 years because they couldn't do anything else instead of hating Israel, or not instead. Oh, instead.
Yeah, I understand. Like if you're like brought up in an environment that's super shitty, and then you're pointed at one particular group as the sole, perpetrator of the conditions that you live in. Of course, people are going to become radicalized and they're going to fucking hate, yeah, like that's like another big barrier towards normalization of relations, is like both sides having to come together when both sides have people on the other side of the table that fucking hate them. It just seems like a nigh on impossible task to try and tackle. But hey, really quick, I'm gonna have to let you get the final word because my voice is going out. I'm probably gonna have to finish up my stream.
I have to go to sleep too. So it was. I would say my final words. It was nice talking to you. Thank you for having me. And
yeah,
this is
absolutely. Hey, I appreciate you coming on, and I appreciate the insights. I'm definitely gonna listen back and look into some of the things that you said here, so I can understand more fully.
Fact check it. Don't believe just what I say.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, I appreciate it. I'll catch you later. All right, buddy?
Yeah, have fun. Thank you very much.
Bye. Okay. My voice, I stopped talking because I can't, my voice is just like going out. I have no clue why. I have not been talking that much recently, but it's just one of those days, I guess, where I'm having a shitty voice day. Do we know of anyone who is live on Kick that we can host? Does anyone know off the top of their head? Let's see. Justin Freakin'. We're rating into Justin Freakin'. Look at that. Hey, guys, I really appreciate the stream today. I appreciate you guys coming through. We have 17 viewers, 13 subscribers. Tomorrow, I want to try and jump that up to 15 subscribers, okay? I'm a poor boy. I need money. If anyone wants to subscribe now, speak now or forever hold your peace, or hold your peace until tomorrow when I stream again. All right? I love you guys very much. I will catch you guys tomorrow.
100% on you. This is disingenuous.
Stymie